Laba diena. Good morning to everyone. Добрий день, шановні колеги. I would like to welcome all of you to the conference on higher education in turbulent times. I'm Vice Rector for Communication at Vytauto University, and I'm together with the Chancellor of Education Academy, Professor Lina Kaminskienė, will be moderating the conference. And we are very happy to welcome you all at the Center of Ukraine at Vytauto University. And I would like to invite for the welcoming word the Rector of Vytauto University, Professor Juozas Augutis. The floor is yours.
His Excellency, the Ambassador of Ukraine to Lithuania, Mr. Petro Bešta, the European Commission representative in Lithuania, Mr. Marius Vaščega, the Deputy Ministers of Education of Ukraine and Lithuania, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, and distinguished participants. Truly a great honor and privilege to welcome you in this significant conference. It is not by chance that today we are meeting here at the center of Ukraine, which started a joint idea of the First Ladies, Diana Nausėdienė, Olena Zelenskaya, and Vytautas Magnus University, and has evolved into a truly successful project. Since its opening in the summer of 2022 at Vytautas Magnus University Educational Academy, the Center of Ukraine has become not only a second home for Ukrainians, but also an educational space that has been visited by almost 30,000 Ukrainians. The Center of Ukraine offers Lithuanian, Ukrainian, and English languages courses, as well as psychology, therapy, and educational sessions. It also provides children's summer camps, hosts exhibitions, presentations of artists, and social projects, celebration of historical events, and supports various Ukrainian initiatives. Since the start of the war, Vytautas Magnus University has accepted more than 300 students from Ukraine, some of whom spend their free time volunteering here in the center of Ukraine. They believe that it's the best way to stay in touch with their homeland and preserve the traditions and culture of their country, whose victory and reconstruction is the dream of every Ukrainian. While the Center of Ukraine was set up to bring together the Ukrainian community, it has become an important center of cultural diplomacy, assisting Ukraine in its European integration process and fostering its academical potential. Having promoted such a culture hub in Vilnius, Vytautas Magnus University extended the idea to Kaunas. In the autumn of this year, we opened the Mariupol State University Center, which will ensure that Mariupol University will have the opportunity to continue its activity not only in Kiev, but here at Vytautas Magnus University in Kaunas. Our topic, towards European networking and integration, reflect the recognition that challenges faced by higher education institutions are not limited by national borders. In an interconnected world, our ability to overcome these challenges and take opportunities lies in collaboration and integration. Two things are very important for Ukraine today: victory at the front and its success in approaching the European Union. Permission to start negotiations has been given just now. The Ukrainian Center and Vytautas Magnus University committed becoming a think tank that would help Ukraine on its way to Europe. Following President Volodymyr Zelensky's peace formula, We already had a conference dedicated to energy security and justice. Today, we get ready to discuss issues on higher education, the situation in Ukraine, the requirements of the European Union, and Lithuanian experience will be discussed. Let this conference be a catalyst for building the alliances, strategies, and innovation that will push higher education towards a future of better integration, resilience, and relevance. I extend my deepest gratitude to all the participants, speakers, and organizers who have worked with great effort and energy to make this conference a reality. Let's work together for the victory of Ukraine. Thank you very much.
Director, thank you for your succinct overview of the Ukrainian Center activities. And now it's our greatest pleasure to have a video greeting presented to us by one of the patrons of the Center of Ukraine, the First Lady of Lithuania, Mrs. Diana Nausėdienė.
Gerbėmieji konferencijos svečiai, organizatoriai ir dalyviai. Džiaugiuosi sveikindama Jūs konferencijoje, žyminčioje unikalų tarptautinį bendradarbiavimą ir institucinę partnerystę. Tikiu, kad jau antrus metus Vilniuje veikiančio Ukrainos centro, globojama mūsų kartu su Ukrainos pirmąja ponia Olena Zelenska perspektyvos yra neišsemiamos. Šis renginys ir Jūsų asmeninis bei institucinis įsitraukimas žymi naują šios tarptautinės bendradarbiavimo platformos veiklos kokybę. Nuoširdžiai dėkoju Vytauto Didžiojo universiteto rektoriui, profesoriui Juozui Augučiui ir jo komandai už patikimą partnerystę ir kūrybingą bendrų iniciatyvų vystymą. Švietimo akademijos bendruomeniai už Ukrainos centro įkūrimo idėjos įgyvendinimą. Nuoseklų, atviros, kultūros, švietimo ir bendruomeninių paslaugų erdvės kūrimą, kultūrinės diplomatijos plėtojimą bei akademinių pajėgų telkimą taikos labui. Vivat akademija. Dėkojame mūsų bendražygiui, Ukrainos ambasadoriui Petro Beštai, už išmintį ir telkiantį aktyvų bendradarbiavimą, siekiant ne tik suteikti namus ukrainiečių bendruomeniai Lietuvoje, bet ir nuolatinėmis visų bendrasteigėjų pastangomis juos stiprinti kaip gyvą tarptautinį intelektualinį centrą. Dėkoju Lietuvoje reziduojantiems ambasadoriams ir kultūros institutams, tarptautinėms institucijoms ir organizacijoms, įsijungusiems į šią geranoriškumu, tarpkultūriniais pasiekimais ir jų mainais grįstą tarptautinės partnerystės platformą Lietuvoje, bei nuoširdų jos palaikymą savo patirtimi ir ištekliais. Ukrainos centro bendradarbiavimas su diplomatiniu korpusu ES nacionaliniais kultūros institutais Lietuvoje, tarptautinė akademinė bei švietimo bendruomenė, jaunimu yra svarbus indėlis į sėkmingą Ukrainos rengimosi narystėje ES procesą. Deja, dabar dar labiau pasunkėjusiomis geopolitinėmis sąlygomis. Dėkoju konferencijos iniciatoriams. Konferencijos tikslas, orientuotas į naujų aukštojo mokslo institucijų galimybių paiešką, kuriant bendrą Europos švietimo ir mokslinių tyrimų erdvę, yra ir svarbus, ir savalaikis. Esu įsitikinusi, kad tirti problemų iškilusių žmonijai lauką yra būtina bei aktualu. Akivaizdu, kad sudėtingame šių dienų kontekste, ypač paaštrėjus geopolitiniams tarpkultūriniams konfliktams, turime kartu vystyti akademinę mintį, stiprinti universitetų bendradarbiavimą, ieškant konstruktyvių atsvarų destrukcijai pasaulyje. Lietuvos ir Ukrainos aukštosios mokyklos turi ilgametę bendradarbiavimo patirtį. Linkiu konferencijai gilios akademinės analizės, stiprinant humanitarinę Ukrainos integravimosi į ES perspektyvą, Tikiu, kad esame pajėgus rasti išskirtinių, nestandartinių, kompleksinių integracinių sprendimų, konstruktyvių bendradarbiavimo formų, inovatyvių tarpkultūrinių humanitarinių iniciatyvų ir Ukrainos centro veiklos Vilniuje yra viena iš jų. Linkiu, kad Ukrainos centro bendruomenė, kurios nemažą dalį sudaro jaunimas, moksleiviai, studentai, jauni profesionalai, išnaudotų savo intelektinį potencialą, generuotų idėjas, tęstų galimų sprendimų paieškas bei vystytų diskusijas apie savo asmeninę ir Ukrainos valstybės ateitį Europos Sąjungoje, pasaulio demokratinių, laisvų valstybių šeimoje. Turime kartu atkurti taiką ir tvarų civilizuotais santykiais grįstą pasaulį. Linkiu konferencijos dalyviams prasmingų diskusijų, naujų partnerysčių ir tvaraus bendradarbiavimo.
We express our deep appreciation to the First Lady, not only for the beautiful words, but also for her daily care of the activities of the Center of Ukraine. And now we are very privileged to have the greeting word by the First Lady of Ukraine, Pani Olena Zelenska, who is another patron and initiator of the Center of Ukraine. Let's listen.
Доброго дня. Шановні присутні, дякую за цей захід, за його тему, що є особливо важливою зараз для України. Зазвичай в навчальних закладах є дошки пошани, дошки лідерів навчання. Але в українських вишах, які запрошені на цю зустріч, за майже 2 роки російського вторгнення з'явилися дошки пам'яті. Переліки загиблих викладачів, студентів. Це загиблі на фронті, як у Полтавського університету. Чи вбиті прямо вдома російською ракетою, як у Дніпровської політехніки. Її студент загинув під час страшного удару по Дніпровській багатоповерхівці цієї зими. Чернігівська політехніка втратила 2 викладачок та студента просто перед новим навчальним роком, під час російського обстрілу центру міста. І щонайменше 18 студентів та викладачів в меморіалі Маріупольського університету. Вони загинули, коли росіяни знищували місто. Доля ще десятків з них невідома. Навчальні заклади, як люди, стали вимушеними переселенцями, буквально шукаючи по країні притулку, як Маріупольський та Донецький університети. Вони працюють в інших містах, в чужих стінах. Тим часом руйнуються російськими ракетами історичні корпуси Харківського, Херсонського університетів. В прикордонному Харкові уже пошкоджено 95% навчальних закладів. І ось у таких умовах навчання, уявіть собі, продовжується. Це було принципове рішення держави, педагогів, самих учнів, студентів. Рішення психологічно важливе, бо процес навчання дає всім учасникам відчуття нормального життя, перспективи. Але й рішення стратегічне. Хтось із російських пропагандистів сказав, що Росія прагне вбомбити Україну в кам'яний вік. Але ми не дамо зруйнувати цивілізацію. І для цього треба, щоб наші люди, молодь, мали можливість розвитку. Але якої якості будуть знання, коли знання перериваються, буває, сиренами по кілька разів? Це ще один наш біль. Наші партнери з ЮНІСЕФ ведуть свої підрахунки, і вони вважають, що через війну рівень знань може знизитися. Я б сказала, що це також значною мірою через стрес. Ми проводили дослідження і з'ясували, що 90% українців, тут і учні, і викладачі, постійно його відчувають. Так, війна не відібрала в нас освіту, ми не дали їй цього задоволення, але вона точно відбирає її якість. Її нормальний хід, звичний ритм, який необхідний для засвоювання матеріалу. Ось чому ми так вдячні тим, хто приймає в себе українських учнів і студентів, зокрема університету Вітовта Великого. Бо ви даруєте не просто фізичну безпеку, ви створюєте безпеку ментальну, необхідну для розвитку впевненість. Ані та, ані інша не може, на жаль, зараз бути гарантована вдома. Не втомлююся дякувати університету та першій леді Діані Наусідєні за український центр, у якому ви зараз знаходитеся, бо він став таким безпечним філіалом України, надійним домом для української культури і знань у Литві. Дякую Міністерству освіти, науки та спорту Литви та особисто пану міністру за відкриття українських шкіл та працевлаштування українських викладачів, які були вимушені виїхати з України. На міжнародних зустрічах мені часто доводиться казати очевидну для українців річ, що нинішній світ глобальний, і загроза в одній країні, загроза її освіті, дітям – це як вірус, який може розповсюдитися на інші країни. Що насильство та руйнування, якщо їх не спинити, можуть стати новою нормою міжнародного співіснування. Добре, що в Литві мені цього не треба пояснювати. Ви чудово розумієте це від самого початку. І завжди розуміли, що збереження України – це не лише про Україну, це про нормальний світовий порядок, де діти можуть вчитися без бомбосховищ і загрози життю. Освіта в епоху турбулентності може бути тяжко здобутою і ризикованою, але вона завжди має сенс, особливо в епоху турбулентності. Бо лише розвиваючись, ми протистоїмо агресії та зберігаємо цивілізацію. Дякую, дорогі литовські друзі, що робимо це разом. Доброго дня!
We express our heartfelt gratitude to the First Lady of Ukraine and also our best wishes for strength in this really difficult time and our heartfelt wishes for victory and the future. And talking about the future of education, about the future of our networking and cooperation, it is very important that we have the European Union and the institutions that could play the vital role in this networking. So I'm very privileged to have this opportunity to invite Marius Vashaga, the representative of European Commission in Lithuania. Mario, the floor is yours.
Director, Ambassador, colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen, universities and higher education have always been at the heart of the European project. We think that connecting our bright minds actually brings only good things. It brings understanding, it brings peace, it brings learning together and from each other. That's why the biggest and the most famous projects of the EU are related very strongly with the universities. One of them is Erasmus, 35 years. It started in 1987 from 3,000 students, exchange students, only 3,000. Erasmus, 35 years, Lithuania in the EU, 20 years. During those 20 years, already almost 200,000 Lithuanians were able to make use of Erasmus and to participate in exchanges. Students, professors, lecturers, teachers. It's almost 7% of Lithuania's population. Really a big success. Another program is Horizon Europe that supports and finances various research activities. Almost 100 billion euros in 7 years are dedicated from the EU's budget to Erasmus, to Horizon. Two of the latest Nobel Prize laureates in physics actually have been benefiting from Horizon, so it brings really tangible results. Gladly, Ukraine is now participating in both of these. In Erasmus, since already quite a few years. And this year, in January, Ukraine has signed an association agreement for participating in Horizon. And already by August, a number of grant agreements have been signed, totaling to 22 million. I think it's a fast onboarding of Ukraine. Of course, we cannot stop there. Rector already mentioned, last year, European Commission recommended to open accession negotiations for Ukraine. It's going to be quite a road. And there will be a huge number of various sectors that will be open for negotiations. 35 in totals. That will take a bit of time. It's not going to be a sprint. It's going to be a marathon. And I think the conference is super timely for that. We have to establish good connections and to really help Ukrainian friends to onboard, in particular in the areas of education and research and innovation. So I think, let me wish good success for the conference. Let's keep that in mind. Let's find good interactions. Let's make it a road for the future cooperation. There is a good old proverb that says, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go with a group of friends. I hope that in this conference there will be a full room of friends that will allow Ukraine to go really far. Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you for your reassuring words about the important role of universities in the European project and about that importance of networking, of having friends to go along with. And now we're passing to our two plenary presentations that will be delivered by the policymakers, representatives of policymakers. And I would like to invite for the first plenary speech the Deputy Minister of Education, Science and Sports of Lithuania, Mr. Justas Nugaras. Justai, the floor is yours.
Excellencies, ambassadors, rector, a few words for the beginning. I'm very, very glad, thank you so much, for the invitation and greetings from our minister, Mr. Vytautas Aukštasis. We really support this idea of collaboration, and probably I should say my personal story with Ukrainian universities. So I'm coming from aviation background, so we have several collaborations with Kharkiv University of Aviation and Kiev Aviation Academy. So I visited their aviation institute in Vilnius together with the scientists from Ukraine, developing drones for the war, and those drones were tested in the war conditions in Ukraine. So I have a personal touch on this higher education and Ukraine collaboration topics. But today I would like to keep more attention on what's going on recently and what can be shared together with the partners from Ukraine in higher education sector. And I will give a few slides for you, just to move a bit to see what I'm showing, what's going on. So first, I would like to stress several things on quality and accessibility of studies. This government thinks that we need to increase access for minor or social sensitive groups, and from the next year we are launching the initiative so-called second way of entering the higher education, especially for those who are coming from vocational schools, because if you are coming from more sensitive background, probably you didn't have opportunities to have some extra tutoring, you didn't have opportunities to be in the best schools sometimes. So we are launching opportunities to enter higher education market. What else? We are trying to increase, emphasize or to connect universities and colleges' budget to their performance indicators on the study field. It means that we are taking some measures and some indicators and allocating 20% of the budget for studies as an extra bonus for universities to develop and to increase their quality. What I'm personally proud of, and I think that this community is really related to, is National Research Education Program. We recently launched that. Thank you, Chancellor, for very strong participation in developing the program, and also we hope that you will participate in funding schemes as well. So what is the idea? We have a feeling that from the Soviet times, we still have some heritage in the way we teach and in the way we educate students, and we need new approaches, new research-based evidence how to improve our programs and our educational ecosystem. So this research program will help to develop that and to increase our participation, as well as to growth with the new PhD students and new initiatives. So this is quite new, and we still don't have results, but we are happy that this process is going on. What else? Also, research funding is increasing a lot. And by a lot, I mean from 2021, in comparison to next year budget, the increase will be from approximately 160 million euros to 350 million euros, so almost twice in 3 years. It is a priority of this government to do that, and our target till 2030, 1% of GDP. So at the moment we have about 0.5%, and till 2030 we will increase that to 1%. So that's also a good step, and my personal view is that it changes all the ecosystem of higher education and research especially. And this funding also helps to attract and to participate more in Horizon projects as well. We see that in recent years this process is getting better, especially Kaunas University of Technology are very successful, recently got several new projects, so this process is going also well. Okay. Yeah, so I mentioned already about research funding. We recently reorganized our research council, made it more like an agency for funding, and new chairman was elected, new board was elected, and we are trying to connect that process more to Ministry of Economy and Innovation, to encourage knowledge transfer, and to have a new wave in this technology-based and innovation-based attitudes. What else about research? We are starting several new initiatives for the funding. So Center of Excellences at universities will work for those who are not familiar with that. So the government decided that we need to strengthen the strongest part of universities. Universities will choose which parts to strengthen, and extra €1 million in the upcoming years will be invested. So, and university will decide what to do with that, either to increase the salaries or to hire more people or to develop infrastructure. So at the moment, we have already collected the projects, and hopefully next week or in 2 weeks, the money will, first injections to the universities will be done already. What else? Digitalization in general. not only at schools, but also at universities. New processes are developed. Also, we are paying a lot of attention to the digital skills of teachers, digital skills of professors. And after COVID, we see that real transition, as in business, is also going in universities and colleges. One more thing, what we are trying to do is to strengthen college sector in general. We have two types for our colleagues from Ukraine. We have two types of higher education institutions, so non-university colleges and university education. So a few mergers of colleges are planned because our demographic situation is decreasing in comparison to 10 years ago. We lost about 100,000 of students. So we used to have 200,000, now we have 100,000, and the network of colleges and universities are still constructed for a bigger amount of students. So we see that some mergers is also needed, and what we are trying to do to switch colleges to universities of applied sciences. So if the university college will need to perform the studies or to open some study programs to have a permit to studies, we need to cover that in science, at least some small level of research in the area. And this will change the ecosystem, and also colleges are merging. So one of my portfolio of things at the moment focused is how to do that in a proper way. And sometimes we have resistance, so how to negotiate resistance. And but yesterday, two Vilnius colleges, Vilnius College and Vilnius College of Technology and Design, the government made a decision that they are merging already. So one first success story, and it will change a bit how they are located in Vilnius. I think that locating in Olandų Street, their design part will be very successful, because close to that we are building new building for Lithuanian Theater and Music Academy. Also, we have a ballet school there. So it will make some kind of hub of higher education arts in Vilnius, and probably teachers will jump from one school to another. Students could, because it's just one street, and everything is located under one street. So I'm very happy about this Vilnius College decision to move also their arts, design, and faculty from other districts of Vilnius. And in the beginning, they were very tense. The merge was quite discussed in the media, and we thought that, okay, it will be a difficult story, but now we have it as a success story. They agreed already. They are working together. They are thinking how to spend 4 million European funding. We are thinking dedicating as a ministry 24 million for those mergers. So each college will get 4 million euros approximately. So they're thinking how to spend it in the most effective way. So I think that more or less this is it. A quick glance to higher education situation and the most interesting and most new things. I think that we still have like a couple of minutes for your questions, if you have some, because I will need to go to the parliament after this, so I wouldn't be able to participate in discussion. But if we have time, so I could take a few questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Vice Minister, for this overview of the recent developments in higher education policy, and we're very happy to hear some good news about more funding for research and development, and I believe that that would also help in our intentions to network and cooperate with Ukrainian universities. Do we have any questions from the audience? And also I'd like to ask assistants who are monitoring the virtual space if we have any questions in the virtual space. Mm-hmm. Yes. Okay. Good.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for that presentation. I've seen that you have restructured the budget. You've made some sort of 20% increment and so on just to accommodate the Ukrainians. But my concern is to do with, of course, you're having the influx of the students from Ukraine and so on. Is to do with the labor market. What has your government put in place in terms of strategies to ensure that the students from Ukraine are integrated into the labor market? That, of course, you are expecting to have a number of graduates, and specifically the people from the Ukraine society. Have you put in place for them the labor market strategies in order for them to be integrated into the Lithuanian system? Thank you.
Very good question. Thank you so much. You are pointing to our these days actualities, like very, very actual question. So a few things to mention. Firstly, we developed a system of scholarships for those who are attending traineeships after the graduation. So students could apply, not only Ukrainians, but also all our foreign students through their institution could apply for extra funding up to 6 months after graduation to participate in the labor market. So you could not get the salary, or you can get both salary and scholarship and participate in the labor market. This pilot project was launched only this year, so we still don't have final results, but we have milestone results. So as far as I remember, more than 300 students applied already, foreign students, to get this scholarship for training. So that's a new thing. We thought that it might be popular, it might be not. We see that it's very popular, so probably we will continue this integration thing. Also, at the moment, about 6 or 7% of all foreign students are participating or willing to participate in the labor market. Willing much more, but participating or staying after graduation, the numbers are quite small. And as a government, we have a feeling that we need to increase that, because at the moment Lithuania lacks about 65,000 of workers, of high-skilled workers. So university graduates or college graduates are very, very welcome. So what we are planning to do to increase integration, because at the moment universities mostly are working for students for higher education export. It means that you're coming here, staying for 4 years or 5, and then coming back to your country. Our strategy would be to switch that a bit, to shift that a bit towards that, okay, if you are staying here, probably you could integrate, probably you could learn some basic language skills, and then to stay in a country as already familiar with the culture, familiar with the region as a workforce. And especially those unicorns, the best IT companies and the best startups, new companies are very, very welcome. They're welcoming foreigners to work because their working language is already English, and they're saying that, okay, we will need 7,000 of IT specialists in upcoming 4 or 5 years, etc. So the process is already going, and language, cultural integration and probably support related to language and cultural integration will be launched. But some initiatives we have already. So that's the situation. But you covered my last week's discussion for Vice Minister of Economy and Innovation, because we are responsible for the labor market. So this is a hot topic. So you are asking the right things and asking the things that it's on our agenda now.
Thank you, Vice Minister, and thank you for the question. And I would like to assure our international students that the university has filed an application within that new initiative that the Vice Minister has presented to us. Any more questions? One quick question if somebody has. Thank you, and thank you, the Vice Minister. And now we'll have our first virtual bridge, and I'm very happy to give welcome to the Vice Minister, Deputy Minister of Education and Science of Ukraine, Mr. Mikhailo Vinitsky. So, Mr. Deputy Minister, the screen is yours, and we're looking forward to your contribution.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to everyone that has taken the time to come today and to listen a little bit. I had an opportunity to listen to my colleague from Lithuania, and I'm very pleased that, in fact, many of the things that we are working through and the priorities that we are working through, and certainly the discussions that we have interministerially between education and the economy and finance are common to, I think these are common to the European space. So this is an interesting perhaps sort of segue between the two presentations. I will be talking a little bit about where we're going in terms of higher education in Ukraine. Obviously, what I want to do is provide you with a little bit of background, first of all, a little bit of facts and figures, if you don't mind, because the context of Lithuania and the context of Ukraine are obviously very different. We are a somewhat larger country in terms of mass, in terms of space, and in terms of obviously education as well. We're looking at 179 at the moment public institutions, 78 private institutions in higher education. That's not counting VET, and it's not counting adult education, etc. This is strictly higher education, meaning bachelor, master's, PhD. As you can see, it's approximately 1.3 million students and approximately 100,000 academic staff. In addition to that, we also have still a rudiment of the Soviet era, which is called the National Academy of Sciences. So in the Soviet period, research was separated from teaching. We are in the process of integrating that, but it's obviously that requires significant political will, which at the moment is not necessarily something that is of high priority. We're certainly trying to modernize the higher education system specifically and increase the amount and quality of research that is coming out of universities. In addition, you see 5 specialized academies of sciences, and unfortunately, this idea of integration is somewhat put on the back burner for the moment. However, significant number of things are happening in the higher education sector, and I wanted to talk about them today a little bit. But before I do that, I think it's important to mention that this sector is being reformed in a state of war. We are currently in 631 days of full-scale war, but at the same time, over now almost actually 10 years of occupation, certainly in the east and in Crimea, and an attempt at occupying Kyiv and other areas of Ukraine obviously was extremely unsuccessful. So we are moving the enemy back, but it is being done at extremely high cost. We had 14.5 million Ukrainians cross the border since February of 2022. 7.5 are approximately, and our estimates are still across the border, still in various places, primarily in the European Union, but also in other countries as well. We are very grateful to our neighbors, including Lithuania, including other Baltic countries, including perhaps most importantly Poland, because this is the largest place of refuge for Ukrainian refugees. But I think we are also significantly proud of the fact that over 7 million Ukrainians have already returned to Ukraine since the start of the full-scale invasion. And we have 4.5 million approximately internally displaced Ukrainians. a significant number of civilians. And in terms of the effect of the war on higher education, you see 31 higher education institutions that have been temporarily relocated, 65 individual faculties of higher education institutions, and 45 vocational colleges. So the reform of the sector is happening in a scenario where, or in a condition where war is ongoing. What you see here is a very famous photograph of the Faculty of Economics of Karazin University in Kharkiv. We've had a significant number of schools that have been completely destroyed or damaged, and 57 higher education institutions that have undergone damage. And the damage has been very much let's just say inconsistent geographically, because we have Lviv, Ivano-Frankivsk, Ternopil, Chernivtsi, Uzhhorod, Western Ukraine, which has been largely unaffected, or at least minimally affected by rocket attacks, versus Mykolaiv, Zaporizhzhia, Kharkiv, and other areas, and Odessa and other areas of the east and south, which are currently still under constant threat of bombardment, and in many cases under actual rocket attack very recently. So going back to the reform agenda, this is an agenda that is a continuation of something that began in 2014. Indeed, the war that we are experiencing is a continuation of the war that began in 2014. So it is not new for us that we are reforming at the same time as defending the country. We had a new law on higher education in 2014, which introduced a completion of the Bologna process, university autonomy, and a new quality assurance system. In addition to that, there was in 2015 a new law on scientific and technological activities that has to do with research. A new law on education, which introduced the new Ukrainian school, which was based on competency-based programming in 2017. That is an ongoing reform, and it is a long-term reform that will be completed into 2030. So it's a very much a long-term issue, because we're talking about 12 years of school trajectory. And in the period of 2019 to 22, there was a significant amount of reform that was also completed. So the National Agency for Higher Education Quality Assurance was prepared for entry into the European Network for Quality Assurance, and PhD reform was completed. Those of you in the audience that still remember Kandidat Nauk, we basically said goodbye to the Kandidat Nauk in 2022, just before the beginning of the full-scale war, and we now have completed the system of reform to the structured PhD system, which now exists in the European higher education area. Much still needs to be done. We need to complete the works in progress. How much of that has to do with university autonomy, passage of legal amendments allowing financial autonomy and improved institutional governance. And in terms of these initiatives that are now being completed and will be moved into 2024, 24 will be a key year because it will have to do with the reform of the educational trajectory, shift to a credit accounting system versus a year accounting system for for higher education, secondary school completion testing. We, this year in times of war, had 2+1 subjects, so 2 obligatory plus 1 elective subject for entry into higher education. In 2024, we will have 3+1, and then in 25, we'll move to a 4+1 system. We will be expanding our cooperative education programs, transforming the funding mechanism, introducing grants, producing an autonomy experiment, and obviously mergers are something that are very high priority, because recently, literally last week, the European Union issued its recommendations with respect to opening accession negotiations with candidate country Ukraine. And in the coming year, obviously the recognition of a significant amount of progress has been made, but significant recommendations have been made as well. Literally on the 8th of November, these were issued by Brussels, and specifically they speak of a implementation plan to optimize the network of educational institutions, which obviously means mergers and transformation of the system of higher education on a more fundamental institutional level. So what is being planned? Well, network reform and mergers obviously has some risks involved with it. We have perhaps In many cases, we speak of too many institutions of higher education. We have a very large component of our school leavers that are going into higher education. Approximately 74% to 75% of school leavers will go into higher education, which is a very high number by European standards. However, we have some concerns about that network reform, which need to be moved through in terms of political will. Balancing teaching and research, we have a very high quality bachelor's system, which unfortunately it is not reflected in the high quality master's and PhD system. So the EU model of cooperation between research institutes and universities is something that we are very much basing ourselves on, and we need to increase the political will to be able to do that, concentrating on MA and PhD, and that requires a bit of a culture change in Ukraine's educational institutions. Paradoxically, we need to increase interinstitutional competition among students and decrease it between administrators. And this is something that I think is something that we are very much working towards. There is a challenge in terms of the reform trajectory, in terms of mergers. We currently have a system which is characterized by being very hierarchical, based on instructions and control of bureaucratic rules, etc. And that doesn't necessarily move well in terms of our external reputation. I think you know well, and the audience will know well, that we have very few Ukrainian universities that will be part of the World Times rankings, etc. So we are very much looking towards externally imposed KPI, but that very often will create a toxic organization culture, because we'll see in terms of internally within universities, people working towards externally imposed KPIs as opposed to working towards internal communication, personal initiatives, horizontal management, the things that make educational institutions into truly academic centers of excellence. So we need to be improving innovation programs, group research, financial issues become problematic with that. So this obviously is something that we need to somehow balance. What we're working towards is a recognized academic community, but that's not a simple straight line. That's something that will require culture change within the university communities. And when we talk about university reform, it's not simply about merging institutions together. It's not about optimizing what we call legal persons. It's about culture change, and culture change is always very, very difficult to do, and it's very often not a question of simply externally imposing or from the ministry imposing some sort of changes. These are things that need to be worked through on an internal basis within university communities themselves. So, rewarding quality and performance. This is something that's very important. Preconditions for network modernization, incentivizing reputation management. These are the things that we can do as a ministry. We are also looking towards having increased student agency. And this is where we're very much looking at students as being the drivers of this quality shift. What we as a ministry can do is to introduce things like individual trajectories, harmonizing specialties with the international classification system, and introducing grants in non-critical specialty areas rather than something that we call state orders. This will increase student agency. But we also need to balance that with quality of teaching and learning, which involves digitalization and centralized rather than standardized testing. We need to see the Quality Assurance Agency enter into the European network and also develop our academic communities. Why am I talking about this? Is because I think it's important for our audience to understand that we are very much a work in progress in terms of education reform, which is being done in balance, if you like, with reconstructing damaged infrastructure, building shelters, etc. So the challenge is a European if you like, a paradigmatic challenge, but at the same time, it is made more complex because of the fact that we are in a country that is ongoing, that has an ongoing war, an ongoing refugee crisis, and an ongoing issue of reconstruction of damaged infrastructure. I'll stop there. I will thank you very much for listening to me. If there are a couple of questions that I can take, I'm happy to do that. But I do caution you that unfortunately I need to be at a parliamentary committee in 3 minutes. So there will probably be time for one question and one question only. I apologize.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Minister, for this very nice introduction, shedding light on those significant reforms that you are undertaking and your determination for bringing them further. So do we have that very quick question? I see our students, perhaps near, now can you take, as we have just one space for one question, so please.
It was really nice hearing about the reforms and the work in progress. So my question would be about the fact that you mentioned to increase competition between university students and decrease competition between this administration. I personally think this is a good measure, but how do you, what measures are you planning on implementing to make this happen?
Well, I think that, thank you for that question. That's actually a very good one. And obviously my slides were well taken. So thank you for that. When we talk about increased competition between students, we're talking about, first of all, at entry, the issue is moving from a system of allocating state funds for, if you like, budgetary places within universities, which means that administrators will be competing for who gets more money from the state budget, moving to a system of grants, which means that individual students, based on their achievements, will receive state funding and will be able to take that funding to the programs that they will see as being most attractive to them. So it's a system, if you like, money follows the student, as opposed to money being allocated to individual universities and then students competing for limited numbers of spaces. So that's one aspect. I will say also that in terms of finances, but I think it's very important that one of the aspects of this big reform is to decrease the hierarchies that we have within the system. So increasing the concept of community, which is a flat system of integration. So mobility between university students, between universities within Ukraine, if you like, the creation of something that we call a Ukrainian Erasmus, right? So we're very much used to having Erasmus mobilities within Europe, but we should be talking about an internal mobility. We should be talking about competition on for achievement that is not necessarily just tied to your institution, because informal courses that are online, for example, can be counted towards your university degree. So these types of things need to be made much more available to students, so that students can feel what we call their subjectivity. The English term would actually be agency. Freedom that is combined with responsibility. And that means shifting the focus away from administrators and teachers more towards student centrism.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So I assume that...
I apologize that I have to break off today. I do have another meeting that I need to go to. I wish you best of luck, and most importantly, I want to thank very much to our neighbors and our very good friends in Vilnius and in Kaunas and in all of the other places that are, and generally Lithuania has been a friend indeed, and this is something that is very important to us. So thank you very much for your brotherhood.
Thank you very much, and receive our invitation. Sorry, the Deputy Minister has already got off with his other duties. So now we are extending another bridge, and that other bridge goes to the European Commission again. And now we'll have online the presentation by Mr. Svein Halston, Policy Officer from European Commission, Director General for Education and Culture, and he'll be talking on European Universities Initiative and its implications on the development of higher education in Europe. So do we have the connection?
Dear colleagues, friends, and stakeholders in European higher education, first I would like to commend Lithuania for hosting this important event, focusing on the integration of Ukrainian higher education institution into the European education and research areas. It was indeed very impressive to listen to the Deputy Minister right now and hear about all the impressive reforms being undertaken in Ukraine. Ukraine has been high on the European Commission agenda since the onset of Russia's brutal and unjustified attack. Indeed, the Commission's very recent recommendation to the Council to start accession negotiations with Ukraine is a token of the Commission's continued support of Ukraine. In the field of higher education, the Commission has been mobilizing its instruments to support Ukraine in these challenging times through information provision, support to fast-track recognition of qualifications, coordination of national efforts, and through existing European funding instruments. The Erasmus Plus program is indeed the central funding mechanism in support of Ukraine in higher education, and Ukraine has been made a horizontal priority in the program. The European Commission has made sure that the Erasmus Plus program offers flexible and multiple opportunities for students and staff from Ukrainian higher education institutions. In fact, since 2021, some 3,800 incoming mobilities from Ukraine under Erasmus Plus have been supported under the program. An additional 100 million euros of Erasmus Plus budget has been front-loaded for 2023 and will further strengthen the ability of the program to support students, staff, and institutions in Ukraine. Also, in order to support the continuation of education for students who have fled Ukraine or have been displaced within the country, the Commission launched a separate action under Erasmus Plus to create an open educational digital environment together with Ukrainian universities and the Ukrainian Ministry of Education and Science. The Digital University Open Ukrainian Initiative project was launched last month. In total, 25 participants will take part in the project, including representatives of Ukraine, Germany, France, the Czech Republic, Poland, Spain, and Belgium. The project is coordinated by Taras Shevchenko National University of Kyiv. The main goal of it is to create a highly efficient digital educational ecosystem for distant and inclusive learning. DigiUni covers all educational levels and will promote adult education and lifelong learning through formal, non-formal, and informal digital education. The direct beneficiaries of the project are Ukrainian students and staff, many of whom are displaced within and outside Ukraine. Education is indeed key to rebuilding Ukraine, but it is also key to the development of Europe as a whole. We need education as never before. The higher education sector has an essential role to play in Europe's post-pandemic recovery and in shaping sustainable and resilient societies and economies. We depend on knowledge and future-proof skills to meet the societal challenges, to meet the climate change, and to uphold our democratic values. Investing in human capital development, including student, academic, and researchers' mobility and training, and capacity building in higher education and research, is key to contributing to the development of skills for more resilient societies. Back in 2017, at the Gothenburg Social Summit for Fair Jobs and Growth, the importance of education for the future development of Europe came to the forefront. In Gothenburg, the European Pillar of Social Rights was proclaimed and outlined a vision for education and culture. This was followed up by the European Council's December conclusions in 2017, where they called on EU member states, the Council, and the Commission to take forward a number of initiatives, including encouraging the emergence of European universities consisting in bottom-up networks of universities across the EU, which will enable students to obtain a degree by combining studies in several EU countries and contribute to the international competitiveness of European universities. This was the launch of the European Universities Initiative. The first European Universities pilot call was the 2019 Erasmus Plus call, and following this initial pilot, the European Council conclusion of 17 May 2021 confirmed the European Universities concept as a role model of European higher education transformation. Because yes, the European University Initiative is central to our joint transformative agenda for higher education. With their Council conclusions, ministers encourage member states and the Commission to make sure that the European Universities Initiative remains central to building a European education era by 2025, inspiring the transformation of higher education in Europe and helping to achieve the ambitious vision of an innovative, globally competitive and attractive European education era and European research era. Expectations are high, and a lot has happened in just a few years and in quite dramatic times, we must say. The European Universities Initiative was key to the subsequent European Strategy for University that was tabled last year following consultations with member states and stakeholders. The experiences and input from the first alliances was central to the strategy, as well to the Council recommendation on building bridges for effective European higher education cooperation, which was adopted on the same day as part of a higher education package. The Council recommendation on building bridges offers a range of measures supporting European universities to overcome the main legal and administrative challenges of implementing joint educational programs and activities. The Council recommendation aims to enable deeper and more sustainable transnational cooperation and is a first step in providing such support for the entire higher education sector in Europe. Member states are encouraged to take action and support higher education institutions in addressing the current challenges and to remove obstacles that hamper the development and effective implementation of joint educational programs and transnational cooperation, including their accreditation and quality assurance and the full implementation of the Bologna transparency tools. In addition to the feedback from the European University Initiative, the European Strategy for Universities relies upon the experience of more than 35 years of Erasmus and more than 20 years of the Bologna process. The Bologna key commitments are central to the higher education processes initiated by the EU. The Bologna process and the EU initiatives should work in synergy. The European Strategy for Universities is the realization of the higher education dimension of the European education era. It targets the entire higher education sector. The strategy is a joint vision where the Commission, Member States, and the higher education institutions should work together to achieve a joint ambition to enable higher education institutions to adapt to changing conditions. The strategy as such emphasizes both excellence and inclusion as distinctive feature of European higher education, and it has 4 joint key objectives. To solve common challenges, we need more and stronger transnational cooperation. The first objective is therefore to strengthen the European dimension in higher education and research. The second objective is to support universities to foster quality and relevance for future-proof skills, diversity and inclusion, and democratic values. The third is to empower universities as actors of change in the twin green and digital transitions. And finally, the objective is to contribute to reinforcing universities as drivers of the EU's global role and leadership through deeper international cooperation. Strengthened transnational cooperation is crucial to solve Europe's challenges. It is in many ways the backbone of the European Strategy for Universities. The strategy therefore launches 4 flagship initiatives to boost cooperation between European universities. It's the further rollout of the European Universities Initiative, institutionalized cooperation arrangements such as a possible legal status for alliances, a joint European degree based on co-created European criteria, and finally, the progressive deployment of the European Student Card Initiative. These flagships are highly interrelated. A possible legal status for alliances, a joint European degree, and the European Student Card Initiative, they're meant to facilitate transnational cooperation, such as within the European Universities Alliances. These are stepping stones in the process towards strengthened transnational cooperation. And yes, the European Universities Initiative is indeed the first flagship of the strategy. The alliances are key to reach the joint ambitions and objectives laid out in the strategy. Our ambition is 60 alliances comprising 500 universities by mid-2024. This will have an impact on the landscape in Europe. Following the 2023 Erasmus Plus call, we now have 50 European university alliances involving more than 430 higher education institutions in 35 countries. By partnering with almost 1,700 associated partners from NGOs, enterprises, cities, local and regional authorities, the 50 European universities bring broad-scale innovation to Europe's regions. We are on the track to reach our objective by mid-2024 of 60 European universities. In October, we launched the 2024 call that aims at setting up some 10 new alliances. European University Alliances have in their long-term strategies across all their missions the objective of addressing the most major societal challenges of our times. The bottom-up approach allows them to work comprehensively across different interdisciplinary themes and to focus on a broad one. The European universities cover all areas, including climate and environmental protection, the digital transition, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, inclusion, sustainable blue growth, health and demographic change, technological processes and engineering, European identity and active citizenship, interdisciplinary social sciences and humanities, social cultural heritage and arts, entrepreneurship and innovation, regional and rural development. In fact, I'm impressed by the work initiated by the alliances so far. In a short period of time, alliances have demonstrated their determination, their ingenuity, their strong commitment in making the long-term European Universities Initiative a success. The alliances are setting up European inter-university campuses where students, staff, researchers, and lifelong learners can benefit from joint educational programs and common activities across Europe, providing an innovative teaching and learning environment. They can benefit from both the complementarity of their institutions, providing a very rich knowledge environment, including living labs, student incubators, or small volume of learning leading to micro-credentials. The alliances are also fostering entrepreneurship based on excellent, inclusive, and interdisciplinary education, research, and innovation, with a strong engagement in European regions. By partnering with around 1,700 associated partners from NGOs, enterprises, regions, and cities, their alliances are connecting learners to the economy and to innovation actors, bringing broad-scale innovation to Europe's regions with a wide societal impact. While education is the backbone of the European Education Initiative, the initiative also aims at contributing to the ambition vision of both the European education area and the European research area in full synergy with the Bologna process. The European University Alliances are role models for the higher education sector and should foster change and benefit the broader higher education community in Europe. It should not be an exclusive club. The alliances will also benefit Ukraine in these very challenging and turbulent times. I'm therefore happy that many alliances are already actively supporting the Ukrainian higher education sector by integrating Ukrainian universities into their alliances as associated partners to the benefit of all. Following the 2023 call, there are now 32 Ukrainian participations representing 24 different institutions. Some of these universities appear more than twice in the alliances. This participation, in addition to Ukraine's active participation in the Bologna process, further integrates the Ukrainian higher education institutions into the European education era. It contributes to supporting Ukraine in rebuilding and reshaping the Ukrainian higher education sector to the benefit of the Ukrainian society at large. One of the many examples of alliances is the UDRES Alliance, which stated its support for the Ukrainian people and academic institution only a few days after the Russian attack. The alliance is now integrated as associated partners the Sumy State University, the Bohdan Khmelnytsky National University at Cherkasy, and the Cherkasy State Business College. Through an enhanced partnership with Ukraine, they organize, for example, capacity building workshops. Similarly, the Enhanced Alliance is setting up a task force Ukraine to assess the needs of their Ukrainian partners with the ambition to provide tailor-made help and dynamic adjustments of their offers based on the situational requirements. Lastly, Aurora will work towards building a peace education hub at Karasin Kharkiv University. This will contribute to strengthen the university's co-engagement in peace building internationally, as well as strengthen Karasin's institutional capacity. To support joint activities with their Ukrainian partners, the alliances are encouraged to take full advantage of the ample funding opportunities across the Erasmus Plus program. With Ukraine being a transversal priority in the program, and given the before-mentioned front-loading of an additional 100 million euros for 2023, there are many opportunities to fund, for example, cooperation, partnership, and capacity building to support the Ukrainian higher education sector. We already see results in the Erasmus program. In fact, as of mid-October this year, and these figures are evolving, there are roughly 80 decentralized projects in the Key Action 2 in 2003 that includes Ukrainian partners. Here I would like to take the opportunity of commending the National Erasmus Plus office in Ukraine for their hard work to support Ukraine's active participation in the program. I also encourage Ukrainian authorities to support their institutions in the process and take advantage of this participation in the European University initiatives in the further development and reforms of their higher education sector. The European Universities Initiative is highly ambitious. Challenges are inevitably part of the process when pushing boundaries. That is why it is key that member states and the Commission work closely together with the alliances and the wider higher education sector and community to overcome them and find innovative solutions. At European level, we are also working on an enabling environment for alliances. First, we're exploring possible avenues towards a joint European degree and a possible legal status for alliance, as mentioned previously. This work is essential to facilitate deep transnational cooperation and to foster a strong sense of European belonging. 21 alliances are in fact currently involved in 10 Erasmus Plus pilot projects on a European degree label and legal status for alliances. Based on the result of this Erasmus Plus pilot, the next possible steps will be explored, this of course together with the member states. Second, we are also working towards a European quality assurance and recognition system. The aim is to support robust and future-proof quality assurance system across Europe. These should be the basis for trust and transparency and key enablers for in-depth transnational cooperation and seamless mobility. This is also key for the setup of quality assurance and accreditation of joint transnational educational activities and programs at all levels, including joint European degrees and micro-credential. Thirdly, we are developing a framework for attractive and sustainable careers in higher education. High-quality staff are essential for thriving European higher education institutions and deeper transnational cooperation. Yet, they face uneven recognition of their diverse roles on top of research such as teaching, the development of transnational education activities, of micro-credential, or for mainstreaming and sustainable development in their education offer. Fourth, the Commission supports the long-term engagement of this initiative, of the European Higher Education, of the European Universities Initiative. We already provide funding to the alliances under the Erasmus Plus program with funding foreseen up to 2028-2029. The Commission has started working with the alliances and the Member State on an investment pathway for European University alliances. The objective is to facilitate a more comprehensive funding approach, complementing the educational dimension with support across alliances missions, seeking for synergies with national and regional funding. Many of you may already have been involved in the initial discussions. In parallel, we need to demonstrate the transformative impact of the European Universities Initiative. In 2024, the Commission will present a report on the outcomes and transformational potential of the initiative as a whole, building on a monitoring framework co-developed with the alliances, the higher education sector and member states. This will constitute an essential evidence base for funding post-2027. The European Universities Initiative is highly ambitious, and at the Commission we are fully aware and we are impressed by the work being done throughout the sector. We know there are many challenges, but we rely on the alliances to pave the way and find solutions in order to take transnational cooperation to the next level. As they progress, we must make sure that they, as testbeds, spread innovative results to the entire higher education sector so that we achieve the transformation we envisage through the European Strategy for Universities. For them to succeed, the Commission, Member States and institutions need to work together. We at the Commission will continue to offer our full support to this initiative, but I also encourage Member States, regions and municipalities to team up with our universities for the future of Europe. It is sometimes said that higher education institutions are conservative by nature and resistant to change. The European University Initiative proves this wrong. The initiative has been met with great enthusiasm across the line. The European University Alliances are at the forefront of a transformative process. For the next steps, we hope that the alliances will deploy the innovative learning and teaching approaches to more faculties and more students, succeed in implementing innovative governance models, become real models for the wider higher education sector, and nurture deeper cooperation between the alliances and within their innovative ecosystems. It is important to stress that the European universities is not a one-size-fits-all and a massive process of standardization. The European higher education sector is a diverse sector, and this is an integral part of its richness. Through the European Strategy for Universities and the European University Calls, the EU leaders have set a joint vision for the sector with a common framework. It is nevertheless up to the individual alliances to develop their joint vision and ambition, and how they plan to achieve this. You are in charge of the process. We already see many exciting initiatives and results, very much in line with the vision of the European Strategy for Universities. As the alliances progress, we must make sure that they, as testbeds, do spread innovative results to the entire higher education sector, so that we achieve the transformation we envisage through the European Strategy for Universities. Again, I would like to thank the organizers of this event and all of you for contributing to fostering change across the European higher education landscape. I wish you all a successful and fruitful conference today and discussing joint opportunities for cooperation to further strengthen European higher education. Thank you so much.
Thank you for very good insights in the European initiatives for universities. Do we have a question from the audience? Please do.
Okay, thank you so much for the presentation. Of course, I might not understand so well about the funding that exists in EU, but I'll make reference to Lithuania. Of course, the previous presentation gave us some statistics to do with the 25% decrease in the number of higher education institutions in this country. And to me, that was from the year 2014 up to date. It gives me some concern in the sense that it's paradoxical that why should the higher education institutions decrease when there are a number of students coming from Ukraine? And also that would call for more funding from the EU in order to have to sustain those higher education institutions that are failing to, maybe it could be through lack of funding and so on. Maybe there should be more funding from EU in order to have the number of institutions to increase, because there is an increase in the number of students. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I'm not quite sure if that question could be addressed to the representative of European Commission, but would you like to reflect on that?
Well, thank you so much for your question. It must be said that across the European Union, all the member states have shown tremendous solidarity and support for Ukrainian students coming into the countries. For example, Poland was mentioned, but also all the other Baltic countries that have been showed a very strong support and offered both practical and also financial aid to students coming from Ukraine. As for the European Commission, as I mentioned initially in my presentation, it's primarily been through the Erasmus Plus funding that we have allocated extra funding. As I mentioned, we have made flexibility available so that students have been able to come through the Erasmus Plus program with scholarships from the program into the Erasmus Plus countries. It's not only the EU countries, but all the Erasmus Plus program countries have been able to receive incoming Ukrainian students with scholarships from Erasmus Plus. We have made sure that the program is as flexible as possible. Also, as I mentioned, Ukraine was made a transversal priority of the Erasmus Plus program, so that we offer support for cooperation with Ukraine across the line, also within partnership international partnership projects, capacity building projects, and so on. The front loading I just mentioned also has been done with an increase of 100 million euros this year for the Erasmus Plus program, has also been done in order to increase the possibility to support Ukraine in these extremely difficult times. And as I mentioned, a great deal of Ukrainian students have been able to come to the Erasmus Plus program countries with support from the Erasmus Plus program. So I hope that was sort of a reply to the question. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I believe that now we'll proceed with our discussion. Thank you once again. So, can we have some chairs? I would like to invite our in-person, our participants who are in person here present, and we see that the participants who are present virtually are also there. So, well, we have for this discussion that is called Ukrainian University's Voice. We have rectors and vice-rectors from Ukrainian universities. Here in person is present the rector of Donetsk Stutz National University, Professor Ilya Kadinov. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, I'll just continue. We also have in person the advisor to the President of the Republic of Lithuania, Vilma Bačkutė. And we have some representatives of the universities online. Vice Rector for Education from Taras Shevchenko National University of Kiev, Professor Ksenia Smirnova. Do you have Ksenia? Welcome to our discussion. We also have Professor, do you have Professor Mykola Trofimenko? Good. Professor Marina Grinova, Rector of Poltava National Pedagogical University.
Yes.
Good. And right. So, and then Vice Rector from Dnipro Polytechnic University. Vice Rector from Dnipro. Good. Could you also introduce yourself? Your substitute for the rector for this discussion?
Yes, the substitute for the rector. My name is Mykola Trehuk. I'm the vice rector for perspective development of Dnipro University of Technology.
Wonderful. And so are there other present whom I have not introduced? But I don't see Professor Mykola Trofimenko from Mariupol University. Do you have somebody who is substituting? Oh, yes. Can you introduce yourself, please? Perfect. Thank you. Thank you. So I believe that I've mentioned everybody. Okay. And we can start with our discussion. And the first question that could go to all representatives from Ukrainian universities. Given the really difficult, horrible times actually that you're going through and carrying all the initiatives and the reforms that the Deputy Minister mentioned, really very ambitious reforms. So how are you managing to really implement innovations and carry reforms under these circumstances? So maybe we can start with Professor Ilya Kadinov, Rector of Donetsk State National University.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for invitation, and I'm very glad to see all my colleagues because they say now we should go to Vilnius to meet alumni from our university together here, and it's a great opportunity for us to meet with all participants. And what about the displaced universities in Ukraine? Our university have been displaced more than 9 years ago, and it's a long way for displaced university. We understand all the problems of newly displaced universities of Ukraine, because the way was the same, unfortunately, for every university, because the universities lost all their material and technical basis. Maybe some of the universities had their branches in other regions, and they transfer to these branches. But unfortunately, after the 24th of February of 2022, it was impossible, because the major part of eastern and southern Ukraine were captured by Russian troops. And for every university, I think it's the common experience for our universities. It's our partners and our colleagues from other university. They provide us with all first-aid assistance, because they have no furniture, for example, inside our buildings. We have no desks, no chairs, no blackboards at all, and we are happy to simple things like we buy, for example, a pile of paper to print out something, handouts for our students, or buy, for example, blackboard and chalk to something draw on it. It was we were happy, and the major thing for the university is the spirit of the staff, spirit of the team, and also the magnificent role in this process of displacing were and are on the leaders, on the rectors, or the persons who are on the top of this hierarchy. Because without proper leadership, it's rather difficult to manage all the problems, and the rectors who were, how to say, in business for certain period of time, they understand all the problems and all the mechanisms, how the system works from inside. And then the rector changed, or for certain reasons they do not or does not move to the university to the Ukrainian territory, or for other events, they do not move the university. It's rather difficult for the staff to organize the work. And that is why I think the major issue for the university's leadership is team building, and also the partners who supports us. And for example, for our university, the international partners give us huge amount of technical assistance, like computers, different printers, scanners, projectors, etc., etc. It's the major part for us to renew our technical basis on the new level, not as the same as was in Donetsk, for example, but also they provide their platforms for our scientific researchers to give us their places in laboratories. They move the QR to give our students and our researchers place to take part in the research activities as well, not to lose all these potential we have in our universities.
Thank you. So technical challenges and team building challenges, right, that you have mentioned. Going to other colleagues who would like to take over the discussion about the challenges that you meet, trying to balance the difficulties around and the ambitions of moving ahead with education and research. So Professor Ksenia Smirnova, would you like to give a glance on that?
Thank you very much. Thank you. Of course, first of all, thank you very much, organizers, for that conference, and warm greetings on behalf of our university to Vytautas Magnus University, that is our very long, stable, strategic partner, even before the invasion. But while speaking about the challenges, of course, we can continue with the list of that challenges. I will maybe focus on one of them because in the very beginning, even when the war started 9 years ago, we felt it, but less than 2 years ago, we felt it in a more painful way as a risk of exodus. Exodus and risk of so-called brain drain, and what we are doing and how we can avoid all that risks that we face. And of course, here we can really overcome this risk within the fruitful international collaboration within our partners all over the world. Instead of enrollment, we are speaking about the mobility programs. We are speaking about the return scholarships under the conditions of returning to Ukraine, and using all that opportunities and all the international experience within the reconstruction and the renovation of the whole system of the higher education. And the first issue that we made in February 2022, we spoke with all the alliances, and here I could really reflect to the speech of Mr. Svein Halstein from European Commission, because since February we started negotiations with the alliances within the European Universities Initiative, and we provided a lot of negotiations with them. In June 2022, we organized the special joint statement on behalf of Ukrainian universities to launch so-called twinning initiative with the alliances. This speech was announced in Versailles as a continuous with the French presidency, and because this is especially Macron idea on European universities. And this was one of the way how to keep resilient Ukrainian universities to have more connections with the alliances. And now we can see that this is a first step of success story. Now up to 30 universities in Ukraine, now they are joining European alliances. For example, our experience within our university, we are now de facto full member, full partner of one of the alliances. We choose one of the alliances with the very common value, well-being, because especially value of well-being is the core element for the academic society, not only now, but for decades in future. So I think that this challenge we are really could overcome with the co-creating and new forms of internationalization, the new forms of international collaboration within our partners. Of course, there are so many steps that should be done ahead. Using Erasmus projects and Erasmus projects, capacity building projects or other projects as a supplementary, but we also have the idea within the reconstruction to be involved in the European Universities Initiative fully, especially due to the European integration processes in Ukraine, and that all that we are doing on different issues. And this idea of the alliances that make us really stronger. When you're doing something alone, it's one thing. When you are doing something together with your partners, you can really use these instruments more stronger. So I think that this challenge especially due to the scientific and academic brain drain. Now we are using these opportunities and all that issue that should be returned, should be analyzed, should be researched as an impact of the war, together with Ukrainian scientists, together with Ukrainian institutions, together with Ukrainian universities. Moreover, European Universities Initiative now also reflects even internally in Ukraine. And there are some tendencies now for alliances in Ukraine. It's also one of the new trend and new issue that we can see in line with the European trends. It's only one aspect that I could really touch. Of course, there are some other challenges that we are facing now due to the cutting off of the budgeting, damages, and need for reconstruction. But the main idea, we should really do a lot efforts for our academic staff to make this feeling more resilient and make them more stronger. Thank you.
Now for bringing that very important challenge of brain drain and also switching it into the opportunity and bringing up also the possibilities through the European alliances. And congratulations for the university for joining the Wellbeing Alliance. And given the fact that we started talking about alliances as one of the possibilities to co-create new internationalization input, we can also go to our associate partner in the alliance, in our alliance in Transform for Europe, Mariupol University, and the representative vice rector, and the rector has joined. Oh, hello, Mikola. Good to see you. Good to see you. So now the word to you. Professor Smirnova brought into our agenda the alliances discussion, and that is one of the ways of how the challenges, especially the challenge of brain drain, could be fought. So would you like to continue on that?
Yeah. First of all, my greetings and congratulations to the organizers, to all the colleagues for organization of this great event, when we can meet and discuss the very important issues. Of course, Mariupol University is a member, as Ksenia absolutely right told us about the participation of the Ukrainian universities in the European University Alliances. We feel ourselves like a full partners, actually, but not associate, because we participate in all the activities and fully integrate in all the projects of European University Alliances. It's a great initiative, and we understand now in Mariupol University when last month I visited Kaunas, and we created actually the center of Mariupol University in Kaunas. But this is one of the issues of the national actually, because our university identified as one of the main goals of our activities after displacement to work on and to preserve the identity, Ukrainian identity, and to try to work with our citizens and refugees all over the world, and to make them remember that they are Ukrainians. Because we, after the liberation, after the victory, we understand that we will need our people back. And this is the most challenging problem, because our people, they solve their different problems, housing, they found their jobs, they send their children to the schools with the national languages of studies of the country. So they are integrating the local communities. And for us, it's important to organize different events to preserve these connections and ties with them, for them to remember that they are from Ukraine. we will need them back. Especially, this is a very much important issue for Mariupol, because the displacement of 2014 and the displacement of 2022, especially the issues about the city of Mariupol, it differs. Because in our case, our city was totally destroyed with more than 100,000 killed civilians. One of the main tasks and goals of the University of Mariupol University, in this case, is to be the center for our community renovation, of our community reconstruction, the center for our inhabitants of Mariupol that are spread all over the world. The place actually where these people can feel themselves like home. That's why one of the challenges for Mariupol University was to integrate the pattern of the civic university in our strategy. And now we're telling that we are actually one of the symbols of the heroic city of Mariupol. We established the humanitarian hub where we help our Mariupol inhabitants and we try to create this network of our citizens to preserve the identity, because it's very much important. We are planning the reconstruction of the city, but if the people will not come back, everything is actually useless, because the people actually is the main treasure of Ukraine and the main goal of this war actually, because Russians they are fighting for our territories and Ukraine fights for the people. And in this case, university and universities, they are playing a huge role. The role of national security issues, of the national security level, actually.
Thank you so much. And actually, we see quite a paradoxical situation that when we have a lot of challenges, but in higher education, we see the emergence of new practices and very innovative practices, which probably wouldn't have emerged in other situations. And so it was mentioned that the enhancement and the development of internalizations, of creating hubs, and actually acquiring universities are acquiring new roles in some way. And because nowadays we heard a lot discussion on the European arena as well. So what is now the new mission of the university? So I think in Ukraine, as probably not in other countries in Europe, this, let's say, civic role of universities is as strong as it has never been before. So, but of course, as our universities, so we have teachers, researchers. So my question would go about strengthening research capacities. And we all know that, well, probably for one university, it's very, very competitive and sometimes maybe even impossible to compete on high global standards. So my question would be how your universities, what are you doing and what strategies are you using to enhance your research capabilities? And do you think that you see your strategy as maybe strengthening national collaboration, international collaboration? It was also mentioned maybe building some excellence hubs and so on. So what could you maybe comment from your university perspective? So may I ask colleagues who were not maybe given the floor yet to comment on that? Dnipro?
Dear colleagues, if you don't mind, I can share some opinions or some ideas of Dnipro University of Technology. First of all, as the previous colleagues already told us, and it's very important also for us to participate in such a forum, we are very grateful for possibility to be here, first of all, and we are very grateful for invitation, and we are very grateful for our partnership, very long partnership with Vytautas Magnus University. So in this case, a few words about what to do in the challenging, in times of challenges, how to implement internationalization strategies in science. So despite all those problems that we are having right now, we are trying to provide innovations. In innovations, we're trying to provide only using strong partnerships with European universities. First of all, we feel great support of Lithuanian universities, especially Vytautas Magnus University. We are very grateful for support German universities, also Polish and Spanish ones. So for us, it's a great possibility to be in bright, to be in a very wide family of European universities who are fighting against the overall problems, and when we share the problem is smaller. So in this case, also I'd like to mention the Ukrainian innovative infrastructure that we're trying to develop together with Taras Shevchenko University, together with other universities. We're already in alliance of Ukrainian universities. So for us, it's very also great pleasure from one point of view, and from the other, it's very great responsibility to share the best practices inside Ukraine, to be open, to be creative, and to be innovative university in great big alliance of Ukrainian universities. So in this case, would like to say a few words about those things that we're already doing. We're already trying to share our best practices. We're already sharing international cooperation projects. We are also strengthening our cooperation in frames of this Ukrainian alliance to start really new page of innovative technologies and share the best practices of Ukrainian universities worldwide. So we really believe that this winter will be very fruitful for our Ukrainian alliance, university alliance. So and we'll participate in different projects, but this is just new start, new beginning. Also, I'd like to mention very important role of the project. It's the sort of project either educational and innovative at the same time. So we are now just in the project with the Alliance of Ukrainian University, considering the overcoming the problems of Ukrainian territorial communities. So this project involves all our university that is in an alliance, and despite the problems of the territorial communities of different regions of Ukraine, we're trying to help them. We're trying to find new solutions for them, and we're trying to find how to rebuild, reconstruct, and to make our territorial communities resilient as Ukrainian universities are already. So in this case, we really believe that the responsibility that we have already and that we are trying to increase with our partners will play a significant role. So another aspect, very important aspect for education, especially at our university, as we're a technical university, is the digital infrastructure and smart labs that we are also having with in a joint programs with our European partners. Together with our German partner from the University of Reutlingen, we are launching the digital lab in the framework of the project Lab for All. Also, this lab will be useful for our partner, the Mariupol University, that is relocated up to this moment in Dnipro, Mariupol Technical University. In this case, we're sharing our best experiences, our ideas with our colleagues, and we're trying to increase their capabilities also in frames of significant role of Ukrainian universities for reconstruction of Ukraine. So these are just very small steps, but they are very necessary to rebuild Ukraine and to make Ukraine resilient, our territorial communities resilient, and show that Ukrainian universities are fostering the edge of the problems of all Ukraine, and we're trying to overcome them. Thank you
so much, and actually it's really very, very for us, I think, motivating to hear very positive insights and your determination actually for future developments. And so we also have representatives from Poltava National Pedagogical University. Would be happy to hear your voice on that.
Dear colleagues, I am glad to see you. Poltava Karolinka National Pedagogical University is an educational and research center with significant achievements and traditional that does not stop in its development, has clearly defined course based students of all levels of higher educational diversity and multidisciplinary educational programs, active research, educational and international activities, and as well as a proven system of quality assurance. The university holds was the position in the national higher pedagogical educational due to its high quality educational service, innovational educational process, computational and demand for graduates in the modern labor market, relevant scientific research, advanced management, corporate culture, and constant striving for excellence. It is important to remember that training and educational are the foundation on which the future of our country is built. A university is not just a structure of walls and classrooms. It is a community of people who strive for knowledge and development. However, under material law, we have to face real challenge in making the normal foundation of the university. In the context of material law, when access to territories and opposition for movement are limited, we must find and eyes all possible means to ensure and continuity of the educational process. And this the where online learning come to the fore. It is not just a way out of the situation, is a new reality that they must accept and eyes to our advantage. Another method of responding to these challenges in the activity of the educational process. The university has already developed and implemented a number for initiative to ensure continuous access to education. On the most important factors in the future development of Ukrainian higher educational is the support of the international and especially the European educational community. Thank you.
And well, actually, we today speak a lot about that European programs, European initiative can definitely enhance and strengthen and also help us to implement our ideas. Well, and we remember, and with my colleague Ineta, who actually couldn't join us today, but we discussed that for Lithuania, this pre-accession period when we were also preparing to become member of the European Union, cross-regional cooperation was very, very important, and actually collaboration with our neighbors across the Baltic Sea area, as well Poland and other neighboring countries, brought us very new and very interesting synergies. So now I'm addressing to the advisor on education at the President Office of the Republic of Lithuania, Vilma, and would you think that maybe some initiative of Lithuanian-Ukrainian collaboration could be somehow initiated on our governmental levels? Well, because we all know that European initiatives, they are big, usually involving big partnership, but sometimes big things can be done in smaller maybe projects as well, and maybe then afterwards they could be scaled up on a wider area. So, Vilma.
Thank you, Lina. I would like to start probably with the reminder that education, including higher education, still is a national competence. And I'm sure that within the European Union programs and exchanges, European Union member states already benefit from Ukraine, from Ukrainian participation. And no matter what alliances are built and which universities participate, the vibe, the resilience, the strength, the competence of Ukrainian academic and professional communities are of great value to any European country. We are lucky, I think, that the friendship and bilateral communication and agreements, including memorandums, of Lithuanian and Ukrainian universities, higher education institutions, work, I believe, wrong words, but better, only because we have already close cultural relations. In terms of Lithuania, I guess, we've worked a lot to make sure how we can support Ukraine, but we have, as Lina mentioned, we have all this experience of pre-accession that Ukraine could benefit from Lithuanian institutions and universities and other institutions. Within this, I would like to also remind that all European programs that benefit the member states, first of all, bring the opportunities for mobility. Mobility of learners, mobility of teachers, mobility of researchers. And I think that there are many examples already that the Lithuanian government support this mobility through national programs as well, in addition to what the European Union programs support. Another aspect that is of value in European programs is the exchange of practices. But from what I observe, in cooperations, bilateral cooperations of Lithuanian and Ukrainian institutions, it's not only practices, it's deeper and broader. It's also competence and know-how, and also all those formats of working together that are used to target specific community, specific academic culture. And I think that we have a great success in that. The third probably area or element that is naturally, authentically in all corporations very visible at the governmental level is support to policy reforms. And European Union has a special program for supporting governments in their reforms. But I guess that within bilateral exchange, we could support each other through academic, cultural communities, going higher level to governmental institutions to bring that knowledge and know-how to assist each other using our experiences and also previous practices that worked for us and hopefully could work for others. And I will go back to the Ukrainian Center in Vilnius, which is a platform as well as a platform is the European Union. So Vytautas Magnus University is a visionary university in big and small things. And I think the small thing for the university, which is an academic community, is a center that started as a humanitarian support center and grows beyond that into academic research center. Probably I exaggerate, but I see that all these initiatives that are taken by academic institutions, universities, higher education institutions, and other communities grow in the way that we cannot predict at the start. So I guess Lina asked me the question and probably wanted to raise this discussion to the governmental level, but I see that both vice ministers of ministries of education left for the parliamentary discussions. So I am sure that they already physically brought their experience from this conference to the governmental level. And there's no doubt that all academic discussions, debates in any formats and exchanges come to the government, but come in a more effective way and faster when the communities themselves and the participants themselves believe that they have something to bring up to the government. So I'm sure there's no way for the governments to escape academic interventions within any policy that they discuss. And well, at the very end of my long talk, I would like to remind that we all are highly engaged in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. And I guess that universities are those communities that help governments to achieve Sustainable Development Goals faster and more effectively. So I'm not sure if I answered Lina's question, but just shared with my thoughts with the intention to encourage both European collaboration, but specifically in the context of this conference, bilateral cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you, Vilma. You built very well on my question. And actually, when we planned the conference, we actually thought that after this first, maybe more, let's say, introductory part of the conference, we will go deeper into some specific areas, and we could hear from you and Ukrainian universities, and also it's the same issues are relevant for us and many other European universities. Digitalization, micro-credentials, research excellence, actually this combination of excellence for inclusion, inclusive pedagogies, changing practices in our educational environment. So these will be topics we will share in our next sessions. And meanwhile, we really would like to thank the participants who managed to join us online today, to come physically and to discuss. We could hear the openness, willingness, and I think today's conference will also will work as a trigger for us to build on some interesting, innovative ideas and to enhance collaboration and to extend our networking. So thank you so much, and thanks also for the audience for active listening. And actually, I'm proud of our students who raised very, very good questions to the speakers, and also other active colleagues who are commenting while watching us on YouTube channel. We get many greetings from other universities. And now we would like to announce a break, and the break will be actually here for a little bit less than half an hour, because we have full day event and we need all energy to continue our discussion. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Are the colleagues there still? Can you still open them? Dear colleagues, if you have a possibility, please stay during the whole conference. And if you have questions, there's also a possibility to add them in the YouTube channel, but also we will connect back to you when we have another discussion. So please be assured that you are very much welcome to stay. And also please receive our kind invitation at the time of your convenience to visit us, to visit the center of Ukraine, to visit Vytauto University, and to really implement all our wishes and an idea that we have expressed today. Thank you. Thank you.
And the coffee break for those who are here is here, right? A little bit down. So, dear participants of the conference, so we are happy that we can start our second session today and delve into the world of digitalization, which I think nowadays in higher education institutions is a very hot topic. We could hear from the presentation from the ministries from Ukraine and Ministry of Lithuania that the focus is on teachers' digital competencies, on micro-credentials, and overall how to actually to raise and to enhance the quality of education using technologies. And we are very happy that today we have very competent and experts in the field, which relates to digital transformations in higher education. And it's my pleasure now to invite Francesca Maltauro, who is Deputy Head of Unit Digital Education at DGAAC, Education, Youth, Sport and Culture from the European Commission, to make the presentation on European Digital Education Plan and its potential for higher education. So please, Francesca.
Yes, hello. Please, can you confirm that you hear me well, that the connection is fine? Yes, very good. So, first of all, I would like to thank you for setting up this event, very interesting and useful. And indeed, digital education has already come up several times during the discussions. I think especially the focus on innovative and at the same time inclusive approaches in digital education is what I will focus on today, and because this is what guides our work in the European Commission. And I'm here to talk about the Digital Education Action Plan, which is our main policy framework, and how higher education institutions can benefit from it. As you can see, also from the previous slide, we have the Digital Education Action Plan that goes from 2021 to 2027. This is the current plan, and it builds on a previous plan that was launched in 2018 and ran until 2020. And in 2020, we all know what happened. With COVID, everybody had to go online from one day to the other. So at that time, we said we wanted to launch a new plan, which was more coherent and which could provide a more integrated approach towards the digital education. And we were also committed to developing a high-performing digital education system in Europe, not only because of we had seen and we understood, but we had done this already before, that digital transformation had long-term implication on our lives as citizens, but also as students, as teachers, and as administrators. The COVID pandemic also demonstrated that there were some blind spots, especially when it comes to supporting high-quality, inclusive education. So in the new plan, we focused on these priorities. Two strategic priorities: fostering high-performing digital education ecosystem, and a second priority, enhancing digital skills and competencies for everybody across the whole path of education, from early childhood education and care until higher education. This is important because it's an important feature of the action plan that we have this span throughout education. The plan is articulated in 13 actions. I will not go into the details of this, and has some funding instruments and some specific initiatives. I will discuss about this later, just to give you the idea how it works. It was clear that to achieve these two strategic priorities, we had to start from investments in infrastructure. Many parts of our education systems still need to catch up in terms of high-speed connectivity. Within Europe, we know that there are some countries that are more advanced, some countries that are less advanced. And in general, while it is true that higher education institutions tend to be better equipped, for instance, than schools, primary or secondary schools, we still see that there are these differences within member states that are quite important. So we have been looking at the recovery and resilience facility, the funding that was made available from the European Commission to recover from the pandemic. And we have seen that these were actually the priorities that most member states had identified in their plans. As you can see, digital infrastructure equipment, but also digital skills of the adult population overall, and teacher training on digital education. So this is very important because we see that these demands comes also from the member states. It's not only the policy initiative that we can have at the Commission, it's reflected in the way member states plan to use the funds that have been made available for the recovery after the pandemic. On the other hand, we also know that investment in equipment by itself does not produce impact if we have not the right skills and competencies to use this equipment in a more efficient, effective way. So we have brought what was the next step of our work was discussing together with each country, with each member state, and see how investments can be properly targeted, what needs to be done on top of the investment, and what are the bottlenecks preventing a faster impact. And in this very moment in time, the result of all these discussions, which so it's the structured dialogue, actually. So it's a dialogue with each member states to discuss on these topics, resulted in these two council recommendations that I am showing to you on the screen. And it's a very topical, very important moment because precisely in 1 week, next Thursday, these council recommendations will be adopted in the Council of the European Union, the education councils, where all the education ministers will attend. We have agreed and we have worked on two specific recommendations to address, as I said before, the two strategic priorities of the action plan, because they are complementary. On the one hand, we have the key enabling factors for successful digital education. And these can be, as we said, improving connectivity, infrastructure, but also providing teachers with the competencies they need, etc. And a council recommendation specifically on improving the provision of digital skills, so on the quality of teaching itself. Again, from early childhood education and care up until universities. And I mentioned these recommendations to you, not only because they will be adopted after 1 year or more of negotiations next week, but also because it is the first time this happens, so that these topics, digital education, comes out with two council recommendations. I think we have seen it very well in the discussions this morning. There were also representatives from governments. The discussion has gone up to that level, and this is very encouraging. And indeed, member states, they will commit to do quite a lot in these recommendations. I will not go now into the details, but I think it's very important to see that, for instance, for the key enabling factors that a government can try to set up in order for digital education to be successful in the country, certainly there is a national strategy for digital education and skills. And this strategy has to involve the different parts of the government, not only the Ministry of Education, but also the ministries who are responsible for infrastructure, for employment. So that this was a big part of the discussion, to have a whole of government approach, a buy-in from the entire governance. I think this is the same that can happen within a university when you have to implement digital innovation. You need the buy-in of everybody, students, professors, administrators, and it's a little bit the same at national level. The Commission also has committed to deliver on certain topics. I have given here one example of deliverable. We will set up an independent expert working group who will focus on digital education content. This is one of the deliverables. I'm just taking an extract of to give you some examples. On the second recommendation, the one on improving digital skills, I think it is very important to highlight the support. So the awareness that there is now about giving support to teachers, so that they feel better prepared to teach the disciplines connected to digital education, and the approach throughout the entire education path. In terms of what the Commission will deliver in this, we are again setting up another expert group to develop guidelines on the teaching of informatics. We have realized that this specific discipline is approached in a very different way. Sometimes it targets only specific types of students. Very often it is an optional discipline to be chosen in school, depending on the country. And when it is optional, it is also mainly attended by male students. So there is also a gender gap when it comes to digital skills and competencies, which is very important because we are missing out on talent, female talent, because of cultural or social, let's say, barriers connected to stereotypes. So this is to give you a couple of examples on how we will move forward from a policy in our policy work. There was a colleague before me today who was presenting the European universities. You know that in 2022, we have developed and published a strategy for the European universities. And there, of course, we have talked about the digital aspect, and in particular, technologies, platforms, and the fact that these need to talk to each other to work well in partnership, especially when we talk about the European universities initiatives. Under the European strategy for university, of course, we want to foster the development of these innovative pedagogies, digital skills, and also taking into account the very latest development on artificial intelligence, cloud computing, robotics. All these, I know, we are aware, poses incredible challenges on the universities. And I think that the European Universities Initiative is a very good one to test how these more connected universities can work. Specifically in European universities, we see that there are virtual campuses that are being developed, where there are these digital spaces where students and teachers can meet, interact, exchange knowledge, information and data. So they are really a very good experiment in that sense. But at the same time, we know that there are some challenges that are of technological and organizational nature. And they are especially related to interconnectivity and, as I mentioned before, interoperability. For instance, the students and staff information systems, the identity access, the identity management, the credentials to access the systems, and also on the exchange of actual content and course data. All these challenges needs to be addressed, and it's maybe easier to do it within an alliance where there are 5, 6, or 7 universities, but the discussions needs to be brought even at wider level. And then, of course, there are the challenges of a more pedagogic nature. For instance, virtual exchange, especially in an international context, is about acquiring new teaching and learning practices. And it's also it goes from shifting from traditional ways of instructions towards technology-mediated instruction. And this is not an easy transition. It demands alignment in terms of learning outcomes, in terms of curricula, and it also requires knowledge and expertise on how to design the virtual exchange, the blended courses, the online learning practices. Not to talk about assessment methods. These also require a lot of discussion, especially given the rapid increase of generative AI and the use that students made of it. So all these discussions are now really in full swing, taking a lot of speed. And in the Commission, and these are the last 2 topics I would like to talk to you about, we have seen that there is capacity and need to provide spaces for these discussions. That's why we have set up the European Digital Education Hub. And I know that there are members members of Ukrainian institutions that are a part of the hub, and the hub is increasing. So this hub is a space, online space, where experts can share best practices and discuss, and also develop together new practices and share knowledge. We think it is a very important project, and we see that there is a lot of enthusiasm among the members of the hub to discuss about all these topics that I've mentioned today. So here, just to give you an example of why we set it up and what we see in the hub, for us is mainly to foster cooperation and exchange. But we really see that it is also a contribution to knowledge development on these topics. And I invite all of you who are interested to become part of the hub. You will see how it can really help in your daily work. Higher education, so again, the hub is a very cross-sectoral. There are members from different sides, from the policy making, from the education side, administrators, teachers, students. And the discussions there are really lively on these topics. It has been launched in June 2022, and we are now at 4,000 members. Within the hub, we have established a specific group who discuss interoperability. So this is also another, let's say, initiative that we have setting up on demand, because we have seen that interoperability is a very important topic within the University Alliance, but not only. The group on interoperability will have the final, let's say, objective to develop an interoperability framework, but this is extremely challenging. This is not something that will come from one day to another. First, we need a mapping to see what are the issues and where we stand, and then we can start the discussions and see how we can reach a real interoperability framework. For the interoperability working group, we have, again, a core group of experts, but also a wider group that can contribute and to the discussion, and that is essential, especially to understand what are the priorities in the higher education institutions in terms of interoperability. So this is the work plan of the working group. As you can see, there are many different steps before reaching the interoperability framework, and then proposing implementation of the framework. At this stage, we are still, let's say, at stage 1. We have set up the group. We have the group of core experts who will do the actual mapping. And of course, we are still looking for membership. So if you are interested either to join the hub, you can do it online, of course, and also to join the interoperability working group. It will be a pleasure for us to work with you if you are not already in there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And as we started a little bit later and a bit trying to catch up with the time, we have time if Francesca will still be open for one short question. Probably we have from the audience. Okay, we have 2 questions. So maybe we give the floor to the one who couldn't.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for such a meaningful presentation. So my question is, what are the biggest challenges facing digital education when it comes about teachers, and how to make ensure, in this case, how to make sure the engagements and the students, and how some distractions can be avoided in digital education? What are those, if there are some inactions in order to address those barriers? Thank you so much.
Okay, so concerning teachers, and again here, I think about the entire educational path. So teachers in Europe feel they do not have the competencies they need to properly teach digital education and digital skills to their students. So this is why we are really focusing on providing teacher on actually supporting member states, because maybe it's good to remind that education is member state competence. The European Commission does not have any power to, let's say, impose any rule on education to member states, and rightly so, because member states have the competence to decide on their own education practices. But what we can do is provide guidance through our work, through the experts, which is mainly what I discussed and what I showed you today, right? The fact that we have the possibility, the capacity to run extensive surveys at European level, to analyze the situation, to discuss with member states, and see exactly what I was now going to tell you, that teachers feel that they do not have the skills they need. So what we are now working on is improving the training of teachers at all levels. Of course, in higher education, this is less of a problem because teachers tend to have higher competencies. On the other hand, technological developments are so rapid that especially when I was talking about mentioning very briefly artificial intelligence, which would require a separate discussion. This poses a lot of challenges to teachers and to professors. And there, many professors are left a little bit alone if there are no strategies at university level. So, and I mentioned this in the very beginning, even at university level, a digital education strategy, which involves teachers, involves students, and creates a common understanding on what are the challenges and how to, let's say, collaborate with educational technologies and integrate them well within the teaching, learning, and assessment practices, because those technologies are there, cannot be ignored, will stay, will evolve. So it is probably a better approach for a university to understand how they work and discuss with the community, the entire community, how to address these challenges.
Thank you so much for your answer, and definitely we can agree that probably in the coming years it will still remain a very, very important topic, and for member countries and pre-accession countries, I think it's a big area to investigate and to explore what can be done to support teachers in developing, but also in supporting higher education institutions in trying to work on their strategies, because it's also quite a challenging task for them. Thank you so much. Yeah.
You're welcome.
Yes, it was a pleasure, and thanks for your time and your presentation. And now we move to another speaker, and Ildiko Mazar from Solution Specific Knowledge Leader will speak about European digital micro-credentials and their role in knowledge, skill, and qualification recognition. So we hear a lot about nowadays about micro-credentials, and still this raises many debates, whether it is like supporting tool and mechanism somehow in progressing towards competitive qualification, or it's just one maybe extra bureaucratic mechanism to make life more complicated. So maybe with this challenging question, I would ask Ildiko to start her presentation. So the screen is yours, Ildiko.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the presentation, the invitation and the opportunity to present our solution. I'm indirectly representing the European Commission's DG Employment, who is the implementer, the developer and implementer of the European Learning Model and European Digital Credentials for Learning. First of all, I put micro in brackets in the presentation title because I do agree that it's really important to, first of all, distinguish between micro credentials or smaller credentials and the credentials as we have them in our knowledge from traditional historical views that are qualification awards. But also to understand that from the individuals, from the citizens' point of view, a credential, if it's high enough quality, is a credential that could have high value irrespective of its size. And building on all the presentations you heard before me, hopefully I will be able to reinforce them, build on their messages, but also add some more practicable tips, solutions, and information about what else is happening in Europe. What I'm going to talk about very briefly today, if I am able to skip my slides, which seems to be a challenge, is why we need a European standard to begin with. Tell you a little bit about the European Learning Model, ELM, and its application from a policy angle, the power and the potential of digital credentials, both macro and micro, and the importance and the potential means of credential recognition. We heard from previous speakers as well that we are living in a highly accelerated digitalizing world. That was even before the pandemic a very observable trend. Now it's even more pressing on us with artificial intelligence and its implications. We heard a lot about the differences in quality of credentials. Once Europe has shrunk and it became so easy to become a mobile employee on the labor market, it's really important that credentials that we are transferring across our working and learning lives are trustworthy and they are of high quality. Francisca mentioned the importance of interoperability, and I would like to build on that as well to say interoperability is a key factor for enabling credential recognition, and credential recognition could go well beyond the recognition of qualifications. And when we talk about micro-credentials that could help individuals on the labor market to just slightly upskill, just to learn those very important digital skills or sectorally important skills, it's really important that even these micro-credentials can be seen transparently and in a very data-rich format by prospective employers. As with everything, and we see that in studies and then reports within the EU and globally as well, that we're very much moving towards a world where hiring is much more based on knowledge and skill sets that could be very unique and very either occupation or sector specific, to be able to showcase a person's skill set and knowledge and competencies. It's really important that this is documented in a way that is transparent and reliable. But also, and this was also mentioned by speakers before me, that we need to put the citizen into the center, and we need to ensure that the lifelong learner individual is the owner of their data, whether it's the credential that somebody receives at the end of a degree program, or it's a compilation of micro-credentials that we pick up during the course of our life while we are participating in massive open online courses or thematic workshops, conferences, and webinars. These are all valuable documentations or proofs of our skills that we would be able to use in our future career paths. Why the European Commission developed a European standard, the European learning model. The objectives were to come up with one European standard that can describe learning. And by learning, I don't only mean courses, I also mean qualifications, accreditation records, and credentials. We also heard about market fragmentation and in general fragmentation. This is also one of the challenges of the EDEC hub. We do want to reduce this market fragmentation by introducing a single standard. We are living in Europe that has lots of countries and languages, so it's very important that our standard is multilingual. This really makes us unique on the global spectrum, where the main language is English. We would really need to remove barriers to recognition, not only within countries, but also across European member states and beyond the European Union. And also we heard about the university alliances. Needless to say that the recognition aspect of credentials, whether small or big, is really important to make the transition of an individual on a learning path smooth and as effective and efficient as possible. We also need an instrument that provides accreditation and transparency tools and connect these two separate worlds of education and employment. There's a lot of statistics, again, from the world of work, where they say that they do have skills shortages and cannot find the right skill set from their applicants. One way of tackling this mismatch and to bridge the gap between skill supply by education and training providers and skill demand by the labor market is to be able to provide the standards that can be used by both parties to be able to understand each other. The benefits of this model that we developed is that it does capture both formal and non-formal learning data. It addresses all levels of education and training. It could be higher education as well as post-higher education. It could also include or cover non-formal learning in employment, in your job. We need to make sure that this is also applicable to the whole course life cycle. That's a great benefit, that we can use the same model to describe the learning opportunity and then the credential that the person receives at the end of completing a course. And because it's a European standard, we also aligned it with other models and frameworks that might already be familiar to you, which are ELMO, you probably know ESCO, which is the European classification of skills, competencies, and occupations. Here I can also mention UNESCO's ISCED field of education taxonomy, or DIGCOMP green skills frameworks. If you can think about it, it probably is aligned with our model. We also aligned it with the European and recognition instruments, and as with any European Union product or service, this is free and open source and readily available for the public to use already. We developed this model not only for higher education and formal education and training providers, who of course can use the model to describe their courses and by this reach a wider audience to attract students to courses. We also addressed the needs of national authorities who would like to transfer national accreditation and qualification data in standard compliant format. We want to empower lifelong learners who are able to express their skills and competences in a verifiable format. Credential issuers, who could be the training providers themselves or recognition agencies. This is very important, again, that no two credentials could be equal. If your credential is data-rich and multilingual, verifiable and tamper evident, which means if anybody tampers with what it looks like, the grade or the name on a certificate, this is immediately shown on the credential itself. Employers are great beneficiaries of the European learning model as well, because they can use the learning model to tailor the vacancies they are publishing and look for and find the verifiable skill sets in their applicants. And at last but not least, we are also targeting and trying to benefit learning management system and student information system providers who can incorporate the existing code into their existing infrastructure, where learning achievement data is already stored, so they can convert this learning data into ELM compliant format, once again ultimately benefiting the individual credential holders or learners. We are and have been both the European learning model and the European digital credentials for learning central to the EU's overall policy agenda. Our journey started with the old Digital Education Action Plan in 2018, where Action 3 foresaw the provision of a framework for issuing digitally certified qualifications and validating digitally acquired skills that are trusted, multilingual, and can be stored in professional profiles. By this, we mean Europass, that is the first implementer of the standard and the first implementer of a service with the Europass profile. On this, we have the Europass decision. We have the European Skills Agenda that had amongst its actions, Action 11, targeting or focusing on the new Europass platform that enables education and training institutions to issue these digital diplomas and other certificates. But within the European Skills Agenda, we also have the micro-credentials recommendation and the individual learning account recommendation. And we worked side by side with these initiatives in constant consultation, and we try to make sure that our efforts are coordinated and we're working towards the same goal and the benefit of the individuals. I can also mention here the European Pillar of Social Rights, the Green and Digital Transition, and ultimately achieving the European education area by 2025. So in the subtitle of the presentation, I mentioned the role of skills. Skills are important as the common denominator between qualifications and micro-credentials because we have standardized skill definitions. Skills are very well expressed in knowledge banks for skill acquisitions, tests of competencies, and credentials. If we have skills built into these instruments, course descriptions and credentials, this will allow individuals to move on from the traditional study-focused learning journeys to a more personalized and flexible way of just learning the exact skill sets that you need for your career aspirations, to achieve your career aspirations. I won't have time to describe in detail the structure of the European learning model. Suffices to say that it's a very complex knowledge diagram, if you like, or structured data, where you can describe various aspects of a person, an institution, or the credential itself. What's important here to mention maybe is that these European digital credentials are expressing claims about an individual, and this claim could be either activity participation or the acquisition of certain learning achievements that are composed of certain specific learning outcomes that are in turn linked to specific related skills. And these skills could come from these before mentioned standard taxonomies that are also multilingual and as such can be understood transparently across sectors, domains, and countries and languages. Now, just a little mention of how the ELM is compliant with the micro-credentials, the Council recommendation on European approach to micro-credentials for lifelong learning and employability. This is a reasonably easy to process annex that specifies a handful of mandatory elements and some optional elements that a micro-credential should describe. I just want to highlight that the European learning model and the digital credentials are able to describe all these bits of information in a very well-structured and visually pleasant format. So independent of the source or the issuer or the language, a third-party viewer, for example, a prospective employer, can always easily find the skill set of the individual, the issuing organization or the awarding body, and various other little items or details about the course or learning achievements. Now, final thoughts about the importance of credential recognition, because whether we're talking about micro-credentials or qualifications, and especially in the context of today's conference and the conversation we are having, the recognition of credentials is really important, and how the way it happens traditionally is that the student would make a recognition request from a recognition center. Then the recognition center would process this information, assess the original documents' validity and authenticity. And once this assessment process is finished, they can store the comparability records in databases and send the recognition statement back to the student. This, of course, if it's happening, these recognition statements are issued in ELM compliant format. This also empowers the student. In other words, a person who may not have already digital and structured credentials would still be able to get their knowledge and skills recognized in standard compliant format if they use recognition services. And what it would look like in reality is that the original credential would go to, for example, ENIC centers. The ENIC is European Network of Information Centers in the European region, and NARIC is National Academic Recognition Information Centers in the European Union. These in turn would be turned into a recognition statement that would have issuer, recipient, date, and statement information about it. The recognition statement would contain the original credential for reference. And once this is validated, it could be issued to any standard compliant wallet including the already existing Europass, of which we currently have roughly 5 million account holders who already have these digital credential wallets. What kind of statements can be made as attestations? Attesting the authenticity of a credential, that a credential was issued by an accredited institution, describe an achievement in terms of its level on a national qualifications framework, or learning outcomes that are related to specific skills, or describe an entitlement, for example, that the credential holder is suitable for admission into specific learning programs. This could be further education or as such things. And my closing thought is that data-rich credentials will allow for advanced services. This, with the artificial intelligence being widely used and computer algorithms, would allow that these data layers, these complex structured data layers, could be understood and processed by computers and machines, and allow checking an individual's eligibility for jobs and courses. It would make personalized recommendations for courses and skills for an individual to support their career aspirations. It would allow the comparison of performances of various different courses and qualifications and certificates or credentials, so the individual could find the ones that are best suited to their needs, and overall support a global or European skills intelligence, wherein we could see where skills shortages may be, where the skills supply would be, what are the trends and demands. And I think that's it that I could fit into today's presentation, but you can get in touch with us. This is the email address of our functional mailbox, and maybe we might even have time for a short question. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Lika, and well, for very, very informative presentation. And we took note on this keyword on interoperability, and actually also thinking not only interoperability within other frameworks, but also inside our universities. So that's, I think, where we should start from, and then working further. And we have one short question, if you still would have a minute or two to respond to it, please.
Hello, again, thank you for your presentation. I would like to ask you a question. It's kind of like double question, but I think it wouldn't be hard to answer. So the first question is, what priorities do you have except enhancing digital credentials? And the second one, how do you plan to set common European standards in the not, let's say, so well-developed countries of the European Union? And what result do you expect? Thank you.
No problem at all. Good questions. Well, these are existing instruments, both the standard and the tool. We always know that this takes some learning curve. And when we started the developments and the rollout of the tool, first the developments in 2019, and then the launch of the infrastructure in 2022. We had few implementers, but that doesn't mean that we should stop the development. The reception is very positive. We do have university alliances already seeing the potential of the model as well as the credentials. We need to make sure that together with the provision of tools and the standards, we also have the support to be able to onboard all those countries or stakeholders that you are referring to, independent from their location or sector. It may not just be a certain country or a certain sector. Everybody should be served the same way. Everybody should have the opportunity. And because all these standards and the tool are open and free, and because we do offer support to implementers, we do believe that even if it takes lots of baby steps, we are working towards a community where this is supported by bigger players and smaller players. And needless to say that because this is so all-encompassing the whole system, we cannot have a single recommendation. Everybody would have to find their own solution, their own subset or unique interpretation of the model. We are really providing mainly guidelines and guidance and the tools for this. And I hope this answered your question.
Thank you so much, Ulrika, and thanks once again. And now it's time to move to the third presentation, and I'm glad to invite Lydia Crowley. And of course, when we talk about digitalization in higher education now, probably it's very difficult to avoid the topic of artificial intelligence. And I'm glad that also I see one of my students who is doing research on that, and hopefully we will have some interesting insights to share in the future. Well, Lydia, and thanks for your patience. We're a little bit late with starting with your presentation, but we're happy we see you. So the screen is yours.
Thank you for the invitation. Let me start sharing my screen. Hope you could see everything okay? Yeah, good. Well, I know that it's very popular when talk about artificial intelligence to start with artificially created photo, but this one is from Zagreb Botanical Garden, these water lilies. When we talk about the AI, often things that we hear is that AI is magical, that it could solve all our problems, that it is very objective, that it will make our teaching more exciting and more enjoyable experience for the students. And I could not agree very well with all those statements, but what we know for sure that AI, especially conversational AI tools, are very polite and fast, and they are overconfident, and they are very creative in imagining and hallucinating, so making things that are not really existent. Here I mentioned one of the definitions which appeared in the US document, emphasizing again that we talk about statistic, we talk about probability, we talk about mathematical models, so don't make it more magical. It really is a lot of mathematics and computer science in the background. I recently had the opportunity to host a panel for Council of Europe among teachers from different levels of education, and some of the key points they mentioned are that we doesn't have a time to wait and prepare students for the future because they have to be present ready because AI is here and it's not disappearing, that we could use different AI tools to boost creativity of our students developing different artifacts. And of course that safety and responsibility, meaningful use of the tools, especially AI tools, is our responsibility. Awareness about real nature of AI tools is also important. So no, it's not intelligence. They're not emotional, although students and youngers could be in the risk of overexposure and having a kind of relationship with it. Also, importance of knowledge, skills, and attitudes in the era of artificial intelligence is very important for us educators. Francesca earlier already mentioned European Digital Education Hub, which I had opportunity to lead the squad for AI in education. So I took a few excerpts from one of the briefing reports, which talk about assessment, feedback, and personalization. So some of the potential use of AI in education, they mentioned analyzing written work of the students, assessing flow of the solving some problems, some tasks, talk about translation, interpretation of the natural languages. There is a huge peak on adaptive learning system, how to monitor student progress, how to adapt tasks, how to adapt exams, how to adapt form of the learning objects to students to make their learning path easier and more efficient. Of course, assessment is a huge topic within the use of the AI, with lots of possibilities, but lots of risks and potential damages also happening because of the assessment and the results given by automated feedback, automated grading system. there also goes detection of plagiarism, fake articles created by the AI, and so on. But there are great potential for collaboration, for a peer support. So giving our students option to be a peer learners, to be a peer reviewers. Also, of course, there's a huge data sets and data models and analysis, especially learning analytics, could help us all to make our teaching strategies more efficient and, of course, make it easier to predict progression of our student or predict some risks for them. Consistency, I think it's very well aligned with the speech about the credentials. So let's be consistent within our universities. And of course, the fun gaming part of the AI and virtual worlds is always welcome. When we talk in the same briefing report about automated feedback, so there is a great benefit, there is a great potential in the AI feedback. So feedback could be personalized, but have in mind what amount of data and what specific data about the students is needed to have really personalized feedback and either adapted learning resources. But it is very fast, it's immediate, so students could get feedback from during the process of their learning, their working, not waiting to some final feedback from a professor or from the system. So when the feedback is given on a smaller parts of a learning part, it could be more efficient. And of course, feedback given by different systems could be in different formats as well, video, audio, writing, and so on. Actionable, provide some suggestions what to do next. Interactive, we've seen already examples of that. For example, in Singapore, they have a learning assistant that immediately interact with the students, giving feedback if some parts of solution of a mathematical problem is correct or not, but not only saying yes or no, but guiding towards the better solution or giving suggestions for additional resources and details which maybe we humans doesn't have opportunity or time to offer immediately. But here is one of the comments I find on the blog very recently. Yeah, all those automated feedback are lovely and great and interactive and detailed and immediate. But I do like that when my teacher give it feedback because it shows she cares about what am I doing. So have that in mind as well. So with the benefits, there is also human touch, which artificial intelligence can't do instead of us. Lots of issues are connected with the use of AI in education. All examples are really small bubbles. There are no big research in this area. There are no real evidence-based articles that could show it on a higher scale. We are already aware that there is a huge data bias, giving the majority of large language models are based on an English-speaking area and different tradition from, let's say, us in Europe, and that, for example, our algorithm already prefers or have a stronger in favor to some, I don't know, male occupations and so on. So also what goes with that is different unlawful use data and datification. You know that EU AI Act is in progress. It will have also impact on education, analyzing what are possible use of the AI that could be on a high risk level. For example, high-stake exams that could have impact on a future development of the students should be considered as a high-risk system. But let's see how that will developed in the next few months. Of course, human rights, child rights, something which should be embedded and be part of our education system with or without artificial intelligence. One set of ethical questions, or how those little gears really work, is who has access to all those data? Everybody loves to have lots of data, but how are they used? Who has access? How long they are in use? With personalization and adaptation, are we limiting or guiding the education path? We know the influence of the peers when we have students in the classrooms, when we can see it, but what personalization really does and what amount of data it uses, it could be challenging. Already mentioned some automatic assessment and the feedback and the prophecies. You know that prediction works on historical data, and historical data could be really limiting. And it is probability, it's prediction. So they could give a good guess, but they also could give something very, very wrong, and which could risk future of some student. One of the things that I also worked almost a year and a half ago was ethical guidelines on the use of AI and data in teaching and learning for educators. So if you still didn't read that document from the European Commission, I strongly suggest for you to read it. Because there you will find different aspects which you could use in your everyday practice. So some of the questions to ask before you implement some system, or some of the procedures you could embed while you're building your either university strategy or some other guidelines, documents for the use of AI, either by professors, by students, or for the system as whole. So I will just briefly go through it to spare some time. I see that we are very late. So please do read aspects of human agency, where we are humans in the whole process. What do we know about that algorithms and whole process, what is happening in the background? Have in mind that there is a diversity of students, nations, languages, backgrounds in Europe, and we want all of that to be respected within our educational system. Are we creating some risky situation for our students' well-being? Maybe they are not aware that there is a machine on the other side, not a real human, when they talk with some emotional support ChatGPTs. Data and privacy protection, and of course, will that system work? Will that continue working later on? And my favorite, accountability. If some of the computer systems, some AI system give a grade, give a feedback to the students, who is really accountable for that grade, for that feedback? I would say always a teacher, always a professor accountable for that. You can't put the guilty on the computers. Francesca also already mentioned European Digital Education Hub, and I highly support her recommendation. It also come from my side. Do get involved, communicate, collaborate with the peers from different countries, from different levels of education, and I'm sure you will find your counterparts to work with, and or at least ease your burden. In the AI squad, which was active during the spring this year, we created 7 briefing reports which touch different aspects of the AI in education. I'll just quickly go through it. The first one, talk about teachers' competencies, building up on ethical guidelines, on Digicomp Edu, but also some other relevant world resources. Second one goes about how to support teachers to achieve that competencies, so from different perspectives and different levels. Some practical use scenarios of different apps, different tools, different courses you could use to develop students' competencies in this area. Then we talk and share a few examples about the curriculum potential for the teaching, learning about the AI. There you could find also example from the Ukraine. Example is also from Italy and Spain shared that document. Then to higher levels, documents which talk about the governance, so what on a national, what on regional, university level should be done to governance the AI in education, aspects on the AI, human rights, and rule of law to be protected within the education system. My favorite one, the last one, which I already mentioned to you at the beginning, which focus on assessment, feedback, and personalization. 3 very complex tasks and parts in our work within the AI in education. I also give you some put some focus on the recent document published by the UNESCO in September, Guidance for Generative AI. Quite recent, quite relevant document, so you can find lots of interesting information about what is going on right now with the generative AI. Lots of fuss about prompt engineering. I hope you are not going to be a prompt engineer. I would like you to stay professors, leading teachers, supporting our youth, and not just thinking about prompts. And I usually ask, were you 15 years ago a search engineer? Probably not. So don't forget to be ethical and ask important questions if and when you are using. UNESCO is also recommending several steps how to regulate generative AI in education, quite useful for your strategies on university or national level. On institutional users, mentioning age appropriateness, validating proportionality, but on individual users, so for each of us, be aware what a term of reference. Please read it very carefully because it has significant impacts on you, on your students, and wider community. Strict ethical validation monitoring. So whenever you start using some of the AI tools, please monitor and report whatever goes wrong. Pedagogical validation, because all of those tools are there to support teaching and learning process, not just tools because of the tools. What are the possible harms? And also inform learners, what are you doing with the AI tools, what they could do with the AI tools, what is off the limit and what is allowed. Recent work on the UNESCO side happening just last week was a competency framework for teachers and for the students. Just few slides about competencies for the teachers, centered on a human-centered mindset, ethics, then foundation, so what we all should know about the AI tools, pedagogical aspect, teaching methods, and of course AI for professional development. There will be 3 progression levels, similar as ICT framework that UNESCO created a few years ago. There are also creation of framework for the students covering different aspects of the AI. So maybe this could be also useful for you if you have some courses, some semesters teaching about AI as well. But of course, AI is here, is not going anywhere. And what we are sure, it will stay here, and it's up to us to work with it and work the best with it as whatever is possible. I know that Korea is already creating some digital textbook using their textbook as a feeding, as a data set for creation of a new textbooks. Singapore is implementing different feedback assistant for language learning, for mathematics learning. And we learned that blocking will not help us anytime. But the question for all of you is, think where you will cut time, where or on what or on who you will spending your time. Will that be on some AI machine, or that will be for some of your students? There's a lot of talk, are we intentionally de-skilling ourselves by using AI tools for the things we could do better in a shorter period of time, and of course decides what you will outsource to the AI. Funny making it at the end before somebody else or before AI decides that for you. So thank you, hvala, and enjoy further in your conference.
Thank you, Lydia, for a very, very rich presentation and really thought-provoking ideas. I think we already could identify at least maybe 5 projects to work on some areas, on AA pedagogies, on personalization, a lot of issues on ethical questions and so on. Just because of the time, I skip question sessions, but I'm sure that we would love to really raise questions to you. But as you shared your contact, so we would be happy to contact for your expertise, as you are definitely working with the European Commission, UNESCO on advising on AI issues, and have very, very good insights which you shared with us today. Thank you so much, Lydia.
Thank you.
We are really a bit, we have 9 minutes for the break, Lydia. Thank you so much. And I'm sorry, Vilma, not, yes, we keep in touch with Lydia. And as we really now have 9 minutes, but probably 10 minutes for a small snack, for some sandwiches, for tea and coffee. So let's go to get warm again, and we are coming back at around 2, but maybe if we, a few minutes later, it will be okay. We will inform our next presenters. Okay. All right, so we start our third session, and we apologize for the speakers that we are a little bit late to start it. I know that Renato Aperti, he has to run quite soon to another meeting, and we have a little bit pressure in time, but thank you so much for the patience. And of course, we would like to thank you as our supporter and collaborator in many, many initiatives. And also, actually, Vytautas Magnus University is very, very proud to have so strong collaboration with UNESCO International Bureau of Education. So it's my pleasure now to introduce Renato Aperti as UNESCO IB expert who has been working in many, many countries, not only in the headquarters in Switzerland, in Geneva, but in Asia, in Latin America, and probably also in Europe. So Renato, now we would be very happy to hear your presentation.
Thank you so much, Lina. Dear friends of education, we have the pleasure and the satisfaction and the happiness of being with you today. Of course, for us, Lithuania and Vytautas Magnus University is not only a very strong partner, but it's a strong friend of education, and we share common aspiration ideals with the Lithuanian society, with the Lithuanian aspiration. It's a country that we have a great admiration and love for the country. And we've been there several times, and really every time we go to Lithuania, for us, it's a source of satisfaction and happiness. So let me start by saying that from IB UNESCO, as Lina has said, the UNESCO, the International Bureau of Education of UNESCO, Institute of UNESCO, specialized on curriculum and learning-related issues. So on behalf of our leadership, we like to share with you some ideas around education today. We are going to pass through the presentation that is for you also to go over it and is to share with all the participants. Let me start by saying that we are going to address here 3 issues, if you see that in the slide. The first issue that we are going to address is about disruptions. What are the main disruptions today affecting society and affecting education? And we made a case around that today we are at the challenge of regenerating a new civilization modus. We are in a turning point, a point of inflection in the history of mankind, where we have to have the determination, the willingness, the capacity, the generosity to overcome a series of very turbulent issues and contexts and be able to renovate our belief in human mankind and our belief in civilization. So disruption is affecting education, and education is also affecting disruption. The second one is that we have to move towards a more transformative education agenda. That is a social movement that comes from the Transforming Education Summit of 2022 that was led by the Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, the TESS Summit. And last week there were great news coming from UNESCO, where all member states approved a new recommendation on education for peace and human rights that incorporates the issues about citizenship education, sustainable development, fundamental freedoms, cooperation, international understanding. So we say that we are in a moment that, contrary to what many people are saying in terms of the situation and the context, we are revitalizing multilateralism in education. And the good news comes from UNESCO of last week, because countries expressed their commitment to work together in a very forward-looking, very progressive agenda on human rights and democracy. And the last point is about that all this implies rethinking the curriculum. If we want to rethink education, we have to rethink the curriculum. And that's what we teach and learn. And that implies a new way of understanding the curriculum in light of rethinking the purpose of education. So let me say that before this first thematic about disruption is that we are increasingly recognizing that we live in a very challenging moment of disruption. Disruption is where when changes are so exponential, so increase so rapidly, and so unpredictable, affects all our life as human beings, as persons, as communities, as citizens, as workers, as educators, as learners, as policymakers, as all of us are affected by disruption. And disruption is where we have to assume that changes are unpredictable and are exponential and are quite complex. And now these changes are giving us the opportunity to mankind and to us in our countries, in Lithuania, in Ukraine, in many countries around the world, to have the capacity to rethink our civilization lifestyle. How we live, how we relate to the other, how we connect to the other, how we empathize with the other, and how we also relate with nature. So having said that, we say that we have today 4 types of disruption. Maybe a disruption number 5 that we will mention also very, very succinctly. The first disruption is the Industrial Revolution disruption, the 4th Industrial Revolution disruption, where we are now seeing the automatization of life. We are seeing that new tasks are increasingly being done by machines, by learning machines, and that we have to rethink what type of competence and knowledge we have to equip our learners to address different challenges across society. We have to focus much more on the personal and the learners' personal, interpersonal, social, and citizenship competencies that will provide them the capacity to lead with a very unsustainable and very disrupted world. In that case, one thing that for us is very important, we have discussed that in Lithuania with our colleagues from Vytauto Didžiojo University, the importance of autonomous, critical, creativity, caring, and forward-looking thinking. There is no way out of this disruption situation that we are now if we don't emphasize, if we don't prioritize the autonomous thinking of the learner, the freedom of the learner to express themselves, to have the capacity to empathize with the other one, the capacity to create, the capacity to innovate, the capacity to look around the future, because we are talking about a forward-looking perspective. And let me say that by UNESCO, the UNESCO Future of Education report, that is one milestone and seminal publication of UNESCO, put a lot of emphasis on this idea that we don't have one future, we have as futures and we want to construct and we want to forge. So we have to equip the learner and we have to empower the learners to be autonomous thinkers. The second one is disruption related to COVID-19. You know that COVID-19 have changed our life, have changed our existence as our individual and social existence. But also COVID-19 have opened us to new avenues of understanding life. And one of the avenues that have opened is to understand that we can work out education under a hybridization mode. That means that education can be hybrid, can be connecting the in-person and the online settings. I mean, you can connect the instruction that is presential or as now, the online instruction to synergize, to complement, to expand learning settings provision, to expand learning and to expand learners. And here we are talking about this concept about hybridization of education. Hybridization of education implies that we combine different learning settings, different types of curriculum, different types of printed online resources, different types of technologies, different types of assessment, in order to capture and to grow the understanding of the learner. Because at the end of the day, what makes really good educational system is the capacity to provide an effective learning opportunity to every learner. This idea that in UNESCO we have very much developed that every learner matters and matters equally. So we are moving towards a hybridization of education, the combination of different components of education to expand learner and learning. The other disruptions that I want to mention is sustainability disruption. We all know that we are living we have unsustainable modes of production, consumption, of relation with nature. We need to rethink the curricula and rethink education as local. Education is the global understanding with the local contextualization. And that implies that we have to combine the global sensibility with the local sensibilities to support a world and a planet habitable for the younger generation. And that implies revisiting the content and the purpose of curriculum and to ensure that learners have the understanding, the tools, the guidance to really lead their own lives, sustainable lifestyles, sustainability of their lives, sustainability in their lives with the other ones, and sustainability in their lives with nature. And finally, disruption related to artificial intelligence. We are all here today very much affected by artificial intelligence in our life. It's not of today. It's been during the last years or so. But now we have this idea that we are moving toward what's called generative system artificial intelligence, where artificial intelligence is taking a big leap in providing a lot of tools, a lot of resources, a lot of opportunities to expand learning. But let me say that instead of talking too much about artificial intelligence, we have to talk much more about human intelligence, because at the end of the day, artificial intelligence can make a difference in the learning and in the learners and the learning if we have the capacity as human beings and the intelligence as human beings to guide, to direct, to give content, to give purpose to artificial intelligence. So what we are saying today is we have to have much more invest in human intelligence, in human cultures, in human languages, and trying to go deeper into understanding how artificial intelligence can play a role in ensuring learners' freedom, autonomy, in personalizing education, and in questioning this world where there is nothing true. I mean, where is nothing factual, where everything is relative. That's not the case. I mean, life have facts, have realities, and we don't have to question all realities, and we don't have to live in a world that is manipulated by social networks and so on. So the idea is, from the engineer that we mentioned there, is the capacity of the learner to ask good questions to the machine, to the ChatGPT. The problem is not be against or for the ChatGPT. It's how we use them to develop and to sharpen the human intelligence. And that implies that we have to invest much more in the development of learners' competencies. So we say that we have a lot of policy implications about this, in terms that the disruption that is associated to the fourth industrial revolution implies rethinking the curricula. Rethinking a curricula that has to be much more localized, much more localized and contextualized. We have to put much more emphasis on inter and transdisciplinary thinking and action to address challenges. We have to be able to put much more emphasis on active learning methodologies, where we foster, we promote peer learning, peer collaboration, and peer solidarity among teachers and among learners. The disruption around pandemic is that we have to move from very fragmented silos approaches where you have in situ instruction and online instruction are separated to something that connects them to customize to the needs of the learner. That implies expanding education and curricula beyond formal instruction and provision, an education with no ceiling, with no barriers, an education that's anywhere, anytime can happen. And that implies, my friends, revisiting the curriculum and the pedagogy. The other two disruptions, the disruption associated to sustainability implies unpacking the idea of sustainability. Sustainability is not only about environmental sustainability or climate change sustainability or the protection of the biodiversity. It's about social sustainability. It's about political sustainability. It's about cultural sustainability. And that implies that we have to have the capacity to understand that sustainability is a multidimensional subject. The issue where, of course, developing a green curricula, a curricula that cares about the nature and cares about the relation and want to generate a much more balanced, a much even relation between nature and human beings are part of the discussion. But it's not only about climate change. It's all about political sustainability and learning to live together across affiliation, across traditions, across different political frameworks and developments. And also the disruption about artificial intelligence, because we have to see that we have to unpack this idea of human intelligence, because we have to be able to see that we have to put much more emphasis in the diversity of human intelligence, in the diversity of human intelligence incorporated into the curriculum and the syllabus. And we have to do that. We have to develop what is called in the literature of education and curriculum high order thinking competencies, which are the ones: creativity, connectivity, empathy, working together, thinking autonomy, etc. So also, we are not putting here, but we can talk about a fifth disruption. That is the cancellation disruption. It's where we cancel the other one. We cancel and banish the other one. The other one's identity, sensibility, affiliation, tradition. We are here today in a very risky world where many people are cancelled because of their opinions, because of their attitudes, of their values. And that cannot happen in a world that we want to live together and want to generate nearness across affiliation, traditions, and different types of philosophies. So having said that, we have to be able to ensure that we have to rethink the curriculum to educate the new generations. The priority of education is the new generation. It's how we have the capacity, the generosity of the adults that today we are to ensure that the new generation can live a world that they can be really proud of that, can be happy of that. And that implies trying to to make the case, advocate, and develop more sustainable, more fair, more inclusive, more cohesive, more democratic, and more pacific future. And this is a top political and policy priority, because curriculum and education is not only a technical issue, it's a highly political and policy issue. So having said that, we said that today we are moving towards a movement towards transformation of education. Transformation of education is about this idea that it's not only needed to adapt or to adjust education, we need to transform the mode of education. And of course, we mentioned the Transforming Education Summit that was led by Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of United Nations, where he put a lot of message on this idea of transformation affecting individual and social lives, put a lot of emphasis on the idea of rethinking the purpose of education. And for that, we have to have inclusive learning settings. Inclusivity means appreciating difference. It means taking difference and diversity as a source for learning, as an active for learning, as a value added for learning. We have to empower educators to be change agents. Finally, at the end of the day, educators are the main policy makers in any educational system worldwide. We have to use the digitalization of education and the increasing expansion of digital technologies for the public good, for the common public good. And also we have to invest more in education and with more efficiency. But also, we are saying that today, if we put it into a sort of mapping, we say that our transforming agendas worldwide have certain commonalities. We are talking about the learner as a person. We are talking about hybridization of education, as we have said. We are talking about generating trust and strengthening the trust and the links between different stakeholders, families, communities, learners, teachers, principals, supervisors. We talk about flexibility, curriculum flexibility, pedagogical flexibility, institutional flexibility. We talk about this idea of local curricula that is global but is locally contextualized. And we say that every learner has a potentiality, and a good educational system has to have the capacity to untap the potentiality of each learner. So having said that, we have this very good news coming from UNESCO, the 1974 recommendation that was done in 1974 in a very turbulent times of mankind. Now, in a very turbulent time of mankind, UNESCO have led the countries, and based on our ADG for education, Madame Stefania Giannini, to have this agreement among all countries on a recommendation on education for peace and human rights, international understanding, cooperation, fundamental freedom, global citizenship, and sustainable development. You can go to the link of UNESCO and you can find this recommendation that has been approved last week in English, French, Spanish, different languages. And let me say that two or three things before we come to a close. I mean, we are saying that this new recommendation implies a new rethinking on curriculum. We talk about a coherent curricula. We talk about the empowerment of learners. We talk about universal values, about universal culture of peace. We are talking about a transformative approach of curricula across all levels, higher education, secondary education. I mean, we are not talking about transformation only in primary and basic education. Critical is to transform higher education curricula, to empower learners, to democratize learning, to have the capacity to diversify different strategies. We talk about the relevance of physical education and sports. We talk about the importance of social science and history teaching as trying to find the links between the past, the present, and the future. We talk about STEM education that is very important in basic, secondary, and higher education. Science, technology, engineering, and math, but not STEM education isolated. STEM education with a human and artistic approach, and STEM as a source to respond to sustainability challenges. We are talking about diversity of languages, as we had about this idea that we've been talking with the colleagues from Vytauto Didžiojo University several times about developing those intercultural competencies. The importance of diversity of knowledge. All knowledge is relevant. Knowledge coming from the south, from the north, from the different contexts. We have to have the capacity to connect knowledge, to promote much more gender equality, to promote the expansion of digital technologies across society and ensure the right to free connectivity in education to all learners, and the integration of climate change education into the curricula and across subjects. And finally, we have that this all what we're saying, these disruptions affecting education, these new normative frameworks coming from a multilateralism that have been revitalized and have a sign of confidence last week with the approval of the recommendation that we have mentioned. We have to rethink the curricula. And just to finalize, we say that we have this document that is 10 clues for rethinking curricula. There is a book on that. It's available in English, and Lina have the links and the and the publication to provide access to all of you. We finish by this. If you allow me 2 more minutes. We say that finally we are talking about that the curricula within this understanding that we are saying today have 6 different visions, these 6 different views of curriculum that can provide a driver for what we are saying, what I said before. What we are saying before in terms of education facing disruption and profiting from these normative instruments that are coming from the international arena. First, the idea of the social dimension of curriculum. Curriculum reflects and develops what kind of education is needed to change, to achieve the social imaginaries that we pursue. I mean, education is reflecting what society aspires to the futures. And that's very important to understand. Education, curriculum is not a discussion inside education, it's outside education and in the links between outside and inside education. Second, the idea of holistic vision. The curriculum have to contribute in higher education, in secondary education, in all levels, to the comprehensive formation of the person. One thing that the COVID-19 has shown to all of us, they need to take much more understanding of the sensibilities and identities of the person, the well-being, the development of the learner, taking into account his aspiration, his context, his motivation, his circumstances, his capacities, his dreams, his aspiration. Third, the systemic vision. Curriculum is a driver of quality education. There is no quality education of curriculum, and curriculum cannot be sustained if it is not backed, it's not supported by educational policies. So we are talking about curriculum as a driver for the development of long-term policies, engaging diversity of stakeholders from inside and outside the educational system. That's the social, the systemic perspective. 4 is the learner-oriented. Any curriculum is worthwhile in any country, in any context, has to be learner-oriented. That means that have to have into the point of departure of any curriculum is the learners and the learning. And that implies connecting much more meaningfully, much more sustainably, the what, the how, the when, and the where to educate, to assess, and to learn, to ensure that every learner matters equally. This idea that UNESCO is putting about inclusiveness. Inclusivity in education means that every learner is special. We don't categorize learning into special and non-special. All learners are unique, all learners are special. The 5th dimension is the multidimensional one. It's about that the curriculum implies the connection between different elements. You have the written curriculum, what's written that is in the policy framework, in the curriculum framework, in the syllabus, in the study programs. You have what's implemented, what's really implemented in the classroom, either a in situ classroom or a hybrid classroom. What you negotiate, the curriculum is a negotiation process coming into the system. It's negotiated with principals, with supervisors, with pedagogical advisors, with curriculum developers, with teacher trainers. Then you have the curriculum perceived, how the curriculum is perceived by teachers, how friendly and connected or not the curricula is to teachers. Then you have the experience curricula, how the curricula is experienced by learners, how they find it connect or not to their dreams, to their aspiration, to their needs, to their expectations. Then you have the achieved curricula, what you really achieve in terms of learning outcomes and in terms of competencies and knowledge. You have the hidden curricula, what is not written, but it's very important because it regulates our mindsets, our practice, our understanding in every school, in every setting of education. And then you have the forgotten curricula, that curricula that we put it in our policies, saying that we are going to educate our new generation for gender perspective, for inclusivity, for sustainable development, for global citizenship, and then you go to the syllabus and you don't find them. There is no there because it's forgotten in the syllabus, in the study program, in the teaching and in the daily teaching and learning. And finally, a curricula that is learner-oriented has to be teachers-grounded. There is no dichotomy between teachers and learners. They're connecting. One goes with the other one. So a learners-oriented curricula implies a teachers-grounded, an educator-grounded curricula. And that implies that curriculum is sustained on the educators as empowered as classroom policy makers. The main policy maker in educational systems are teachers, as we have said, as educators. And educators are co-developers of the curricula. And even more, educators and learners are agents, are co-agencies, taking responsibility and taking shared responsibility because we are moving towards an education that learners and teachers collaborate in co-producing knowledge, in co-discussing knowledge, in co-disseminating knowledge. So we have a very dynamic and very evolving change in terms of education that implies also the proactive and very guided use of digital technologies. So by finalizing, said that all these elements of rethinking curriculum, the social perspective, the holistic perspective, the systemic perspective, the learner-oriented perspective, the multidimensional elements of curriculum, and the teachers' grounded curricula. We have developed at IB UNESCO 10 clues to rethink curricula along this line. One is about younger generation, the other one is about combating vulnerability of learners, the other one is about reinforcing the understanding between schools, family, and communities, the other one is about this understanding of local education, as we have talked today, the focus on the person, the learners as a person, synergies among values, because values go together, freedom and justice go together, solidarity and cooperation go together, inclusivity and excellence go together. The idea about diversity, appreciating social, culture, individual diversity as a source for learning, valuing freedom, the freedom of the learner, the autonomous thinking, moving towards hybridization of modes of education, connecting the pieces, as we have said, and finally, very important, as we said, clue number one is about including and bringing to the fore the younger generation, their education, their futures. It's important that we also said that is based also on inspiring affection, trust, confidence in teachers as educators. So, my friends of education, just to finalize, we are in a turning point of mankind. We are in a turning point of the history of mankind, and we have to have the determination, the willingness, understanding, the generosity, the empathy to rethink education and to rethink society. They go to hand in hand, and probably we have the most wonderful opportunity that based on a revitalization of countries coming together, we can have the clues to do that. Thank you so much.
Dear Renato, thank you. Thank you very much for your inspiring and illuminating talk, and also thank you for being such a true partner in educational matters, along with the Bureau of Education of UNESCO. Do we have a quick question, as we are really running through our very rich agenda? Yes. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I'm looking at the recommendations that have been put, and my question is directed to the digital competencies. I would like to find out the indicators that are going to be used to measure the success of that recommendation, and considering the fact that we have a country such as Ukraine and these other European countries, are you going to have the same standards or indicators to measure the levels of successes between a country like Ukraine and Lithuania, for example? Thank you.
Thank you, Bravo.
Thank you so much for a very relevant question. I mean, in fact, we are talking about. Let me just say two things to you. One is that we are thinking about digital technologies and digital competencies as going hand in hand for the teachers and learners. We are not talking about them in separated ways. And we acknowledge the need that it's not something that is standardized as unique. We have to take into account the diversity of situation and context. The most important thing is not how cutting edge you are in technology, because that's not a discussion for us. Even the Global Monitor report of UNESCO, and you can have the access to the last report that was on technology, that was published and launched in last July, said very, very clear that there is no clear evidence of the impact of digital technology in expanding and learning. What we have to do is to understand that technology can be a source, can support a good educational proposal. So the discussion for us, the indicator for us is not how technologically you are advanced, but how technologically you are connected to a vision of education. We are changing the discussion from a technological educational discussion to an educational technological discussion. And that implies technology as a tool to expand education, but for doing that, we have to be very clear on what we want to learn, teach and learn, and for what. And so that implies revisiting the curricula, because what we are learning is that technology per se doesn't make a difference. Technology makes a difference if it is grounded on a solid educational vision. Back to you.
Thank you, Renato. And definitely we will have further discussions in different other meetings, and our partnership will definitely go ahead. So thank you again very much. And now we'll proceed to the other presentation.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Renato.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye. It was mentioned by our colleagues from Ukraine that well-being is actually one of the important focuses of higher education, well-being of the community, well-being of students. And our next presentation will be related to mental health and psychological challenges in higher education. And it will be co-authored by a researcher and a professor at our university, Vytauto University, Rytis Pakrosnes, and the former president of Students' Union at our university, and now the vice president at Lithuanian National Union of Students, Ieva Vengrovskaya. So do we have Rytis? I saw him on the screen already. So Rytis and Ieva will be the presenters of our next paper. Yes, both of them are here. So hi, and it's our biggest pleasure to see you and to give the insight from Vytauto University perspective and from your research. So thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Vilma, for introducing us. Well, first of all, thank you for inviting us to speak about this issue and this matter. And thanks for including this important topic into the program of the conference, because it is important, as we will see from our presentation today. And I'm also very glad that Ieva joined us, because speaking of the mental health and well-being of higher education communities or society in general, we cannot avoid speaking of students, because this is the largest part of the academia, I would say. So we will have a chance to hear students' voice, basically. Okay. So I would like to start, but should I share the screen somehow? Okay, so are you able to see the slides? Okay. And do they change?
Not really. We see the first slide, the title slide, and you haven't put it on the show mode. So maybe if you could do that.
Okay, I will try. Just a second. Okay. So I will share. What about now?
Still not yet. But you can go back to the way you were sharing. So one way or another, we'll see the slides. It just that it won't be in the show mode. But
okay. Well, my computer says that I'm sharing something, but
now it's okay. Now it's okay. Maybe this is a bit slow. Yes. Now everything is perfect.
Probably takes some time. Yeah. Okay. So this is our topic. Those are our names. I will proceed. This is the short outline of our presentation. So basically, there will be two parts of our speech. In the first part, we will speak briefly about why do we need to speak about mental health and well-being in higher education. And in the second part, we will focus on the Lithuanian context, and we'll see what are the challenges and what are the actions being taken. And then we will narrow down to the case example. And since I'm working at Vytautas Magnus University, and Ieva is a student at Vytautas Magnus University also, so we will speak briefly about our experience dealing with mental health and well-being challenges at our university. So to begin with, sometimes when we talk about the life of a student, of course, most of us were students at some point in our lives. But when we speak about students, sometimes we can hear people saying, well, they're young, they're full of potential, they have all life ahead of them. Why would they or someone else need to bother about speaking and doing something about mental health and well-being? But actually, research, like psychological research, it shows that transition to higher education and being part and living in academia is in fact connected to constant change and new challenges, which people do not experience when they live with their parents, when they are at school, when their life is more or less structured. So becoming a student, you have more freedom, you have more new challenges, you have a lot of deadlines, you have the future ahead of you to think about. So a lot of things are happening when you're a student. And so such situation requires more coping efforts and more resources from us as people. Well, not to go deep into the theoretical discussions here, I just wrote this kind of formula to kind of briefly grab the idea. So basically, when we speak about well-being or risk of problems, we can see them as kind of a sum of challenges and resources. So, for example, if we're looking for well-being, we have to do something about having less challenges and more resources, and vice versa. When we talk about risk, we need to think or do something about having less challenges. Sorry. So risk is related to having more challenges and less resources. So this is, and again, becoming a student and being a student is related to having more challenges. And not every one of us have same amount of resources to be the inner resources or outer resources. So the scoping process is not always successful. And being not always successful is related to having some issues or problems. And these issues and problems, they lower our ability to participate fully in our education, to collaborate with our colleagues, to collaborate with our professors, and to enjoy. I mean, enjoying life, enjoying what you do is a big part of having well-being and being mentally healthy. So when we face these challenges and we are not able to cope with them, at times we experience difficulties in participating, collaborating, enjoying, doing our things. So that's why we need to speak about it. And most of the countries in most of the regions in the world, they start paying more and more attention to students' well-being and mental health. So maybe I will invite Yeva to share what's the situation in Lithuania, because she has some data to share. Yeva, stage is yours.
Yes, thank you, Vytas. Can we move the slide?
We cannot hear you.
Here, we do hear.
You don't hear me?
No, everything is fine. Rita and Yeva, we can hear both of you, right? Very well.
Thank you, Vilma. So first, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much for inviting. And as Vytas mentioned, I am studying still in VMU, so I'm really happy that VMU has that big role in the psychological part of higher education in Lithuania, and from situation of the students' mental health and well-being in Lithuania. I think we can show the text for our. Yes. So we had some researches about this, and we had 3 of them. And so I would like to present the last one, the 2021. The methodological part is sample size is 2,112 students. So this is a really big research in Lithuania. And it consists of Lithuanian and international students. So I think we can move. And the main thing which I wanted to mention from this research is that most of the students, 79% of the students in this research mentioned that they feel high anxiety. And what is important, that research wasn't made in the middle of the exam session or summer, it was the beginning of the semester. So I mean that this is most of the time that students are feeling not well, not good. They feel fear, stress, and some difficulties with the sleeping, apathy, and so on. So the mental health through all semester is not well. We can move to another slide. And what was mentioned here also, the difficulties which students have what are the forms? So the main thing what they mentioned is unpleasant sarcasm and ignoring the person, and this is between students, between professors and students. So it doesn't mean that only communication between your just adults. It's more between the professors and students, which is difficult because it's relatable to your marks maybe, and relatable to your just psychological well-being in general. And yeah, I think we can move. And the more important thing which I wanted to mention, that what we can do with this. So we are interested to search what is the most important for students when we want to improve this helping support system and so on. So the main thing for students to understand that they're safe to inform about any negative situation which happened, any psychological violence or sexual harassment in universities and in their institution. So they want to feel safe. You see the percentages here from the research. The second thing is important to understand that they will be punishing for the guilt, and that if they will inform about any of their situation, something will happen and it will change. We also see that most of the students don't know where to come, what to do when they see any situation or they are in any bad situation. What should they apply for, and what is the clear procedure of receiving and handling the complaints. Yeah, and they don't know about psychological support, so they will be more interested, and they would encourage them to dare to inform about what's happening around them if they would have this kind of helping as psychological support. Yeah, I can give you word, Vytis.
Thanks, Ieva. Well, Ieva will come back with some more data later. So just to sum up and to add something from the worldwide research, because this was the survey of Lithuanian students, but we also have some data from other countries. So basically, we can say that around 50%, so different research, different surveys provide different percentages, but to sum up, maybe we can say that about half of students, they experience some kind of difficulties. And I listed the most important here, the most often mentioned, like emotional issues, time management, studies, work, leisure balance, relationship, personality, and we can continue. And then around 30% of students, which is actually a large number, because in a like general population, this percentage would be around 15, maybe up to 20. So we can see here that students experience mental health issues and difficulties more often than in general population. And mainly, or most research reveals that main difficulties, mental health issues faced by students are anxiety and depression, like emotional problems, emotional difficulties. And another interesting data is that, well, again, different research shows different percentages, but we can maybe round something about around like 60%, we can say, of students in need, meaning those students who could benefit from talking to someone or receiving some well-being or psychological services, they do not seek for help. And there are many reasons. Again, for example, well, this is coming from students' answers. So not helpful. Well, it will pass if I wait enough. I can manage it myself. I have no time. Or, well, stigma, like, like healthy people do not go to talk to psychologists or something like that. So we can see a situation here that quite large percentage of students experience some kind of states and might benefit from talking to someone or doing something about it. But again, more than half students in need, they do not seek, they do not look for help, and just stay with their issues and wait and do nothing, basically. So that's why, as I mentioned, in most parts of the world, universities, they do something about it. And actually, there is a bit difference. Like in the United States of America, most universities provide mental health or well-being or both services and academic support. And in Europe, it's a bit different. Most universities would provide academic support and everything that's related to academic life, but mental health or well-being services are not that often provided at European universities, probably because of the differences in healthcare system. Because in Europe, in Lithuania too, I mean, every citizen can get mental health services in healthcare system. Same as in Lithuania. But as I mentioned before, and many authors stress this, that despite being able to go to mental health clinics or something like that, students require special separate services close to them. So the closer the services are, the more accessible they are, the better situation with well-being and mental health. So that's another reason, another argument why we should talk about it. So let's move now to the initiatives or actions, what is being done on a national level in Lithuania. So we'll move back to our country now. So just several important facts that I think show that this topic is really becoming important and that we are giving space to it, and then we provide attention and do something about it. So one is that in 2021, an agreement between representatives of students, like all student associations, societies, organizations in Lithuania, and also organizations uniting the rectors of universities or rectors of university colleges. They reached and signed the agreement promoting mental health in Lithuania, in Lithuanian higher education institutions, aimed at creating and fostering a positive emotional climate, reducing mental health stigma and strengthening students' psychological resilience, and also increasing the accessibility of psychological services for students. Well, we don't have time to go deeper into this document, but actually I think it's a really important and useful document because it provides not only like political kind of goals and direction to go, but also some very specific means what to do. So to make it short, I can say that the first point is mainly related to the prevention, like recognizing problems and doing something before they become too serious to deal with them. And the second point is about providing free of charge, as accessible as possible counseling services for students at universities. Another important move towards good direction, I would say, also happened in 2021, actually, as a result of this document that I mentioned before. Well, as part of Lithuanian Psychology Society, so Psychology Society, the largest organization in Lithuania uniting psychologists, a standing group of psychologists in higher education was established. So psychologists and other professionals working with mental health and well-being in different universities, they joined this group, and so we meet once a month, sometimes maybe two times a month, to share our good practices and also plan together which direction do we move as a community of psychologists and think together what can we do to improve mental health and well-being of students at our institutions that we work for. Well, starting from 2018 and it continues, psychologists in Lithuania also started paying a lot of attention to students' well-being and mental health. And it's also connected to what Yeva shared with this surveys of students, because many people were shocked hearing these percentages of people that experience some kind of psychological issues. So we meet once in a while and share our experiences, talk what should we do. And these days, 2023, I can say that most higher education institutions, they do have psychologists, either as employees or as outsourcing services, and they offer a variety of services. Okay, so Yeva, word for you, how students see this situation.
Thank you, Rytis. I think that the students see that it's improving, but yeah, what I wanted to mention, so I think you can press the button for me, please. So what we have that 42% of students have psychological counseling in their institute education. It was in research of 2021. I think at this year today, we would have another percent, but at that moment, we had only 42. So I mean that I think that we, these students, the other part of students, they don't have, or they don't know that their institution have, what is very important. The second thing, what we can see, that from this agreement, which Britis already mentioned, we see that psychological support and environment in higher education institution is improving and improving each year. What we want to be focused on at the moment is on more educational activities and initiatives aimed at developing soft skills. We're not talking anymore just about psychologists, but we're talking more about some groups, some activities, some places where you can learn more soft skills, your emotional intelligence, or how to call it. And we see that there is significant divide between higher education institutions when we see the bigger cities and when we see the province. So in the small cities, we see that students cannot have a good psychologist. They cannot have a good therapy, and these differences are very huge. And what we see now, that due to the difficult financial situation of the student, we see how important to have more free counseling meetings with the psychologist in higher education institution and out of them. I mean that outside in maybe hospitals, clinics, and what is very important to I hope so that in the future there will be agreements between all sides, not only just institution of higher education, but more with some hospitals and so on, where students and other academia people can have just free psychological help, not only in their institution. Yeah, so passing the word to you.
Just very shortly, 2 more minutes maybe. Just what do we have at Vytautas University, since we are representing this institution today? So we are really glad that Vytautas University administration recognized this the importance of well-being and the mental health of all community, but students also, and it was included as part of strategic plan for 21-27, and of course another strategic documents of Vytautas University. So we now have very clear promise and plan and direction to go, which is nice to have. And then, as Yeva mentioned a little bit, we have a lot of many initiatives coming, not from psychologists, not from psychology clinics, but from student parliament at the university, from other departments of the university, as we mentioned several times today, because not only solving problems which are already there, but also working towards not letting them to develop. Like prevention is very important. So, and prevention can be done not only by psychologists. Okay, so and of course we have psychology clinic at the university, which was established in 1998 and reorganized in 2015. Sorry. And today we have 6 employees, 6 employed psychologists, and 5 volunteers, 2 administrators, and 2 offices for counseling and group work. And those are the services that we provide at the psychology clinic at Vytauto Didžiojo University. So basically, you can see here that, of course, individual counseling, group sessions, courses, training courses, workshop lectures. We also provide relaxation training sessions for individuals and groups. And we also proud to say that we have this, we have started the students' well-being monitoring system, meaning that we invite students to report on their well-being and mental health. And then we summarize these results and try to build our activities or actions based on this monitoring data, meaning that we think that this way our services could be more directed to the people that really need them, not just general services. So just some numbers, if you are interested, from the clinics for 2022. So you can see here that well, our monitoring system shows that around more than 60% of students can be considered as functioning well, meaning that they don't have any issues or problems with on the psychological level. And of course, another 20 are somewhere in between, and around 15-20% of students, they report that they need some support and help. And we do provide the support and help. As you can see here, almost 200 clients visited clinics in 2022, and almost more than 800 counseling sessions provided. And most of the clients were satisfied and happy with the services because we asked them after finish. And more than 1,000 community members, meaning not only students, but also employees, participated in seminars, workshops throughout the year. So I think we're trying to do a good job. And just to finish up, together with colleagues from other universities, we started kind of creating or forming this ideal model of promoting well-being in any higher education institution. As you can see here, Vytauto Didžiojo University is trying to implement most of these parts here. By creating favorable environments, by having monitoring system and building their actions based on the monitoring system data, providing education and prevention, of course, psychological services, and crisis intervention policies and plans, because crises sometimes do happen. So we need to be prepared for that. So this is the quick picture of the situation and what we do in Lithuania and in Vytauto Didžiojo University. If Eva wants to add something, you're welcome. If you have any questions, if we have time for that, so we will be glad to answer if we have the answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Rytis. Thank you, Eva. I think we can give applause for a very good presentation. And I'm personally very, very happy that you have joined us and you have shown how we actually deal with these very important problems. I believe that we need to move on to the next presentation, but if you have questions, our YouTube channel is open, so you could put the questions, and I believe that my colleagues will answer them. And if we need an extension on discussions of these issues, we'll just arrange another online meeting. So thank you again very much. We're really very proud of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
And now we are going to, in a virtual way, we're going to Finland, and we're going to listen to another presentation by our partner university, University of Lapland, and the visiting professor Suvi Lakala will give a talk on pedagogical perspectives in higher education, how to anticipate the diverse needs of the future. Do we have Professor Suvi Lakala with us? Good.
Yes, I am here.
And we see you now. Thank you for joining. The screen is yours.
Thank you so much. I'm really pleased to be here and thank you for the invitation to speak here today. So my title for the presentation today is Pedagogical Perspectives in Higher Education and some things about how to anticipate the diverse needs of the future. I will start going to the past and give you a short anecdote. So what do you think? What do medieval European church bells ringing and the thoughts of ancient philosophers have in common? Well, the answer is lectures. We know about the theorizing of ancient philosophers because of oral instruction. Lecturing was considered valuable even in ancient times. Many philosophical reflections have been preserved for future generations through note-taking. And on the other hand, in the Middle Ages already, the ringing of church bells was a sign that lectures were beginning in the universities. So when the church bells rang on the hour, the students hurried towards the lecture halls. And even today, many universities use the so-called academic quarter, meaning the transition time from the church bells ringing to the lecture hall. Lectures and the university, therefore, have a close relationship. The purpose of lectures is to guide students to think. And there's no reason to underestimate the ability of lectures to captivate their audience, encouraging the students to focus and think. And especially in this age, more than ever, it is necessary to defend peaceful spaces where one can concentrate on one thing without multitasking. But still, I'm going to talk about student-centered teaching. So the traditional lecture is a form of direct teaching, and it has, as mentioned, its strengths. However, over the past decades, the educational institutions at every level in various countries have developed their teaching methods towards more student-centered ways of teaching. And higher education is following this trend and renewing their teaching too, as we have heard today from other speakers too. So let's look at some of the reasons for this development. The development of democratic societies and the aspiration towards equal and equitable educational opportunities through inclusive education have brought into the fore all the inequalities that in the old days may have been considered as inevitable or as normal practices inside education. But now we talk about 21st century skills. And it's because the societal changes have a broad impact on individuals. Changes in the working life and technology, they affect education and learning too. Future employment will require the 21st century skills like collaboration skills, critical thinking, problem-solving abilities, and creativity. Today, other speakers have emphasized these skills too, like, for example, Renato Operti. And then to continue, the everyday utilization of technology influences on the ways how we study, how we work, how we seek information. And also, higher education students are now an increasingly diverse group of people with varying life situations. Some are young, graduating into their first profession. Some are enhancing their skills and professional competence. Others are pursuing to second or third degree already. So not everyone can attend lectures in person, and some study at their own home, in their own town, and maybe working during the daytime. So lifelong learning is more a rule than an exception nowadays. So the studies need to be flexible and achievable. And last but not least, the COVID-19 pandemic needs to be mentioned, not for the first time this today either, as it gave a push to online and distant teaching, both technically and pedagogically. And distant teaching, if something needs teaching that's versatile. But we will go forward and talk more about student-centered teaching. What does it mean? And what are the main differences between student-centered teaching and direct teaching, lecturing? In traditional teaching, the main role has the content knowledge. The lecturer, who is the one who transmits the content knowledge to students, and the students mostly listen. But in student-centered teaching, the teacher ponders how to pedagogically enable the students to access the content knowledge in the best possible way. So the main idea is to think how to make students learn. It means that in the core is the pedagogical content knowledge. Here, in the middle, the area in the middle. And, of course, technological knowledge is nowadays an inevitable part of teaching. And its goal is to enhance the accessibility of teaching and to support learning. So all these three ways of knowing form together the so-called TPAC, which I'm sure you have heard before. Then moving forward, I will give you a short description about how to enable the students to take over the learning objects when we use student-centered teaching. Usually the student-centered teaching is called flipped classroom, and when it moves forward, it turns into flipped learning. And the flip comes from the changing positions of the lecturer and the student, because the students are expected to take more active role as learners than in traditional lecture teaching. During the teaching period, the students gradually deepen their understanding of the topic. And to begin with, from the first learning object would be that the students can define and understand and explain the core content concepts. And then there, the pedagogical solution would be that the students study with the help of the learning material. It could be an article before the actual teaching, or it could be teachers' informational session, for example, a short video lecture. And then secondly, when the knowledge goes deeper, the student's goal is to learn to analyze and to evaluate and create knowledge. And there, the pedagogical solution would be that after the information session, there is a discussion together with the teacher or among the students, dialogical speech, some kind of evaluation, reflection, interpretation, or some sort of peer evaluation of the student outcome, for example, if they have produced a short text. And then thirdly, the learning goal is to deepen the knowledge more so that the students know how to combine information, draw conclusions, visualize situations that will come up at work, for example, apply the knowledge in practice. And here, the pedagogical solution would be that the teaching period ends with a task, summing up the common topics, the manifestation of the topic in terms of your own experiences or your own future profession. And this might happen in a seminar or in the form of a scientific essay that could be written in pairs or individually. And then about the role of assessment. So referring to the gardener in the picture, we need both formative assessment during the learning process to support student learning. But we also need the summative assessment in order to evaluate the student outcomes. But in student-centered teaching, the role of formative assessment is really important because it's the developmental assessment that can be not so official and supports the learning. So it's because, like I said before, the higher education students are an increasingly diverse group of individuals. They have various needs of support. And at least in Finnish higher education, the students can, with a medical or health statement, obtain a permission. We call it the accessibility pass, to request some kinds of adjustments to the implementation of exams or other assignments. For example, the lecturer might, for instance, divide an exam to smaller parts, provide the option to write the exam by hand or on a computer, offer personalized feedback to help the student progress in the assignment, and so forth. And all these changes impose new pedagogical demands on higher education teachers too. According to recent research conducted in Finland, a higher education teacher's ability to use interactive teaching methods was positively associated with beliefs in teaching-related self-efficacy and experiences of support from the community. The quality of education is now receiving much more attention, and as a result, there is an increased focus on providing higher education teachers with more pedagogical training. At least this trend is visible in Finnish higher education. And to talk more about the Finnish situation, there have been established 3 professor posts in higher education pedagogy in our country, which tell about the important need of developing the pedagogy in higher education. So this was my short presentation, and here are my main references. And I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's give applause to a wonderful presentation. Thank you, Professor Suvilakala. Do we have a quick question? I really liked that final example. Definitely, we should always think about not giving the feedback bad dog and leaving it alone. So any comments or questions? I know that we are really running through a very rich agenda, but we appreciate you a lot as a partner in our educational programs and also for your contribution today. And I believe that we will continue working in different hubs and meetings, developing our better methodologies and didactic strategies. So thank you very much. And
thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And now let us move to last but not least, and actually a very important presentation by our partner. Yes, here you are. Wonderful. And we're very happy to have Ona in person. So Ona Vyšniauskaitė is the country director of the British Council in Lithuania. And well, in the center of Ukraine, we work a lot together with the British Council. And the British Council has been a huge supporter in different endeavors that we have at the center. And really, this partnership is very productive, and I'm very happy that Ona has also joined us with a very intriguing presentation about the future of international tertiary education to 2037. So these scenarios developed by the British Council. We're looking forward to your contribution. Ona, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I think my microphone will work. Yes? Now, colleagues, I realize I'm standing in front of you between now and a short break, which is never a good place to be. But let me try my best. It is my privilege and honor to stand in front of you here today in this international gathering, which represents the critical importance of international collaboration and integration in the realm of international higher education. Now, I would like to take a brief moment to mention that the British Council is actually privileged to be able to support the Center of Ukraine here in Lithuania in delivering language classes, language courses, youth discussions, and summer camps, all of which represent the embodiment of cultural engagement and exchange. Today, I would like to talk about the future with you, and particularly the future of international tertiary education. The conversation is important, not only because we would all like to be participants in its shaping, but also from the personal perspective, as for the last 8 years of being a lecturer in the higher education institution myself. So in 2022, British Council decided to undertake a detailed research identifying the trends driving the future of international tertiary education in 2037, 15 years from then, 14 years from now. And here the term tertiary education refers to a broad range of post-compulsory education, so undergraduate studies, vocational studies, postgraduate studies. The scenarios presented here are not the clear predictions of what the future will definitely look like, but rather possible and plausible scenarios of what the future could look like. These scenarios are presented to start a discussion with international tertiary education professionals like yourselves, and to support colleagues to anticipate, to plan, and to develop strategic priorities for our common action. So today I would like to present you the core scenario that my organization, British Council, sees for the international tertiary education in 14-year period from now. Before we start, let me say a few words about methodology so you would have imagination and understanding how much work was put into this model planning. The research involved 6-stage methodology, having considered trends in economics, in politics, technology, society, culture, and other areas. These scenarios were created following a program of trends analysis, horizon scanning, and scenario planning. Consequently, the research included interviews with experts and stakeholders, qualitative research with recent and current international students, and regional roundtables with sector and policy experts all over the world. So, how will the world look like in 2037? Now, we say that in 2037, the total population of the world and of young adults will grow substantially, driven by the huge growth in Africa and not offset by a slight decline, in fact, decline in Asia. The middle-class population will also expand, creating hundreds of millions of new consumers. In this context, the overall population of tertiary education students will become much larger, with increased competition for places on some programs, for bright students, and competition for resources. Institutions in Western economies will see fewer applications from domestic school leavers locally, but will be more involved in lifelong learning amongst older generations. This will be for a mixture of professional and personal development. There will be a growing segment of time-rich, affluent, older people in the West who want to learn simply for the sake of learning and are enrolling in courses again and sometimes again, sometimes 3 or 4 decades after they graduate from their initial formal education. These older students, more likely to be in work or with families, may be less inclined to travel overseas, but more likely to see institutions as their lifelong learning partners, rather than relevant only for a segment of their life, not just a service provider, but lifelong learning partners with which they might want to continue collaboration in forms of mentorship, internships, or many other ways. The rising participation in the digital economy will see the volume of data produced in the world's population grow dramatically. We'll have many more hundreds, if not millions, of gigabytes available of data. More data will allow businesses and governments to understand consumers as individuals, and personalization will become a normal expectation, especially in advanced economies. This will apply not just for commercial services, but also for public services and education. So we will see increasing normalization of education personalization, individualization according to customers, clients' wishes. Students will expect their preferences to be taken into account and their studies, even when full-time students, to work around other commitments like work. The nature of education, especially at tertiary level, will also change by new technology. I think we can all anticipate and feel that. More of the world will be online, and participation in tertiary education will be growing each year. In combination, these trends for greater access and greater demand will mean more courses will be completed, of course, remotely. Often, these courses will be simple and screen-based, like we have today. But some leading institutions will be innovative and experimenting with more immersive online classrooms, using virtual reality, augmented reality, to stimulate a classroom, a lecture hall, or even a laboratory. This technological change has the potential to enhance the quality of online student satisfaction and experience, but also might add a new vector of inequality. If not addressed, these inequalities in technological access, wealth, and mobility could imperil the sustainable growth and social impact of tertiary education. Potential inequalities will mean that although some institutions may make some progress with marginal groups, there will be a risk that, in general, the participation in international tertiary education, which we are discussing today, will remain the preserve of wealthier students who can either fund their studies, their living costs, their mobility, and the required software and hardware. The digitalization of the classroom will be one of the most significant ways in which tertiary education will change in the upcoming 14 years. Although in-person international experiences in which the student travels and lives in another country will still be favored, the high cost of this, nevertheless, especially amid heightened demand, will see a rise in other forms of international education. So last year, 2022, transnational education, where education qualifications are delivered in other country than the country of the awarding institutions, was becoming more embedded in the domestic landscape in many countries, including here in Lithuania. So this trend will continue, and international partnerships to deliver tertiary, undergraduate, postgraduate education will be available in most countries and in many different formats and models. With more universities reaching more students in more parts of the world, regardless of their physical footprint, many of us will feel that the world of international education is shrinking and that we are more culturally and internationally connected than ever before. However, for the rising number of programs delivered online, entirely online, these international bonds actually might be weaker, even if they're more plentiful, there are more of them. Some institutions will feel their relationships with other institutions where international exchange is primarily or exclusively digital can be more transactional, simply as a service provision, rather than cultural. There will be undoubtedly benefits to these digital and transnational relationships, although many will feel that the benefits would be even greater if more people physically traveled and met. In many cases, even in-person international experiences will be different to how they are today. Courses will be generally shorter, driven by institutions managing both higher demand and students' own preferences. So we might expect a shortening of different courses. Correspondingly, the international component of many courses will also be shorter, often just one semester rather than a full year or more. Many in-person international experiences will also feature a digital element, this we can surely expect. Some aspects of the course will take place online, often lectures, but sometimes seminars and tutorials too. This will be intended to strike a balance between managing campus capacity and still giving international students the opportunity to somehow experience another culture. Ultimately, these changes will result in a much more diverse array of international education experiences, where once international education meant traveling to another country and living there In 14-year period, it can be living and studying abroad, studying entirely online, and everything in between. So there will be different forms and formats, models of international education. With growing number of reputable institutions in Asia, and particularly in China, the competition for students around the world will become more intense. This will be less relevant for undergraduates, but increasingly a part of postgraduate and academic movement. Although the status of the most elite, most prestigious Northern American and European universities will remain unchallenged by the rise of Asian universities, the middle-ranking institutions might be threatened, seriously threatened, not just by the reputational damage of drifting down the ranking tables because of Asian universities appearing up, but also by the falling demand of Asian students on which many universities in the West increasingly depend on. Some will respond by lowering tuition fees or expanding and personalizing digital options, and as a result, many institutions will also expand their adult and postgraduate education offers. So there will be efforts to renovate the study programs and offer new alternatives. Short courses and micro-credentials will be increasingly seen as an addition to traditional degrees and not an alternative. Participation in short courses will accelerate as more institutions will offer additional credits for certain classes. Some students, particularly those in the fastest growing economies, will complete additional courses while still studying in university. They will be taking courses in non-formal education academies, training NGOs and various institutions that provide those courses. There are concerns, however, that this activity will be further squeezing vocational educations because students will tend to take traditional courses and top them with extra courses that they find interesting. As a result, national and international quality assurance bodies will struggle to keep pace with the rapid development and emerging models of delivery, and there remain some blind spots regarding quality assurance and recognition of some formats of education. The voice of students will also change, as they will be increasingly vocal, students' body will be increasingly diverse, and students will be more informed and more vocal than previous generations. On social issues, this means a more engaged student body, more active, more participatory student body, and critical of historical injustices, and keen to see rapid progress on inclusion and on sustainability, as well as, in some places, decolonization in the curriculum. However, although institutions will be engaging in those dialogues, they will not feel threatened by the increasing voice of students. Instead, the focus of institutions and students will be, well, at least nominally, on correcting structural issues, like moving towards carbon reduction and expanding access to marginalized groups. Institutions will have to play a more active role supporting students studying overseas. An uncertain world where more extreme weather, geopolitical uncertainty, and health scares will trigger local lockdowns in some places, which will cause more crises that institutions will have to respond to locally. Dialogue with students will be much more involved, and contingency planning will be part of the deal, will play a bigger role. In some countries and sectors, vocational skills might be prioritized, especially qualifications that support new jobs in the digital economy. In these cases, employers themselves may offer courses as a more direct way of training their future workforce than simply relying on what the higher education institutions are offering. There's also opportunity for greater integration between institutions and employers, encompassing an international element of programs. Climate change will also affect the way international tertiary education will be delivered, although the students we spoke to suggested it is unlikely just yet that the climate change will be a factor for reducing student mobility, and that climate change, they said, would have a minimal impact on international experiences. But as climate change emergencies are likely to affect or delay development in some regions, and with the rise in student activism, will this remain the case? So finally here, I presented the core scenario that the British Council sees in the upcoming 14-year period, just a few elements of it. There are two other scenarios, second and the third, that represent different scenarios and different future for international tertiary education. One scenario, the second one, is a scenario of more insular world, in which the world takes a turn towards insularity with heightened divisions, reduced opportunities for international collaboration, and increased inequality within and across nations. Contrastingly, the second scenario envisions a world with reducing inequality and expanding opportunities. And this, the third one, scenario paints a more optimistic future for all of us, with fostered inclusivity, economic growth, and increased access to education. So all those interested, I suggest and invite, familiarize yourself with the full research available on the britishcouncil.org website. So, to conclude, well, as we navigate the turbulent and complex forces shaping our world today, I believe we all agree that we must collectively explore innovative ways to foster collaboration and harness the full potential of European networking and integration. And by discussing these challenges openly, the international education community, all of us, can work together to ensure that we are the best prepared and we can plan for a future which provides high-quality education opportunities for all. I thank you for your attention, and I look forward to answer questions now or in the discussion that will follow.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Anna, and of course, thank you, the British Council, for really taking that huge job and really basing those scenarios on research. I believe that we could have the question session after, because we have the final discussion then. But now we could enjoy the last coffee break. Do you have coffee break? No, we have a discussion. Wonderful. So let's have the discussion with our discussants taking place. Coffee will follow. Wonderful. Absolutely. So definitely the questions to Anna will be it will be possible to give questions to Anna as well as to other discussants right now. But let's perhaps move a little bit on the stage, right? Mm-hmm. Sure. So for the final discussion, I would like to invite the representative of the European Commission, Marius Vaščega, director of Vytauto Didžiojo University, Professor Juozas Augutis. We're also going to have the representative of Ukrainian Rada, Yulia Ovchinnikova. Yes, Yulia. We're very happy to see you back in the center of Ukraine. We're also going to have the representative of the Ministry of Education and Science of Ukraine, Vitaly Nosok. Vitaly, welcome at the Center of Ukraine and Vytauto Didžiojo University. And we're going to moderate together with Professor Lina Kaminskine, and also Anna, where are you? You're also back to us for the discussion. Once again, the country representative of British Council, Anna Vyšniauskaitė. And I believe that is all of us. And we have one presentation, one contribution online. Do we have the contribution online? And that is the representative of the National Erasmus Office of Ukraine. And when the Deputy Minister gave his talk in the morning, he mentioned that they are very happy about the work of the National Erasmus Office. So yes, if we could just try to somehow make us comfortable to watch the online contribution and then join the discussion. So now we're going to have Svetlana Shitikova with us. Hello, Svetlana. I've just said that the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Education and Science of Ukraine mentioned that they are very happy with the work of National Erasmus Office. So could you please introduce the most important aspects of your endeavors? Well, 5 minutes for your contribution. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, and warm welcome to all the participants of this event. And of course, it has been a strong cooperation with our partners, long-term partners already, and thus the European Commission has done a lot of support to Ukraine during the all years, and we have been built a lot of potential as well at the moment. And I will not stop on all the topics of the presentation. There is a very large one, which I'm sure that you could look through later on, just maybe just to understand why we're still resilient and what does resilience mean to us. That's not only people, but also we have a symbol of Ukraine. And if you just write this symbol, vola, so it means freedom. And here you see this is something which makes us also very much resilient. I would like to draw your attention to one initiative of the students who are currently also at the front line defending, and also we have a lot of losses of the dreams of the students who are artists, not particularly the military ones, but the initiative diplomas. If you have ever the possibility to host this kind of exhibition, we really encourage you to do so. This is the initiative done by the students, and that's extremely important to see how do they present the situation, and thus the resilience of Ukraine and Ukrainian education can be demonstrated also through different students' initiatives. And rather just to complement a little bit to the speakers today, that's the strong teams of all parts of the education, all types of the education, have reconsidered and had to rethink the role of the institutions during this brutal invasion of Russia into Ukraine. And thus the European Commission has provided the support to continue the access to the quality education, and a lot of projects has been done so far, and very few were terminated only, but also the students and staff who are abroad, they continue being ambassadors of Ukraine and continue building trust to Ukraine and Ukrainians, as well as strong support and cooperation at different levels, including like the new role of the universities, where it was internally relocated people hosted, so they had to be not only the educational hubs, but also humanitarian hubs, and provided a lot of support. So living in a new reality, would like to draw your attention just to this picture, among others, that it shows the striving and this desire of the students to continue their study even from the front line. And this is the exam, which is provided by one of the students from the front line. And this is the exam committee you see here, who actually just work with this particular student, and it was successful exam. We're really happy, and in this sense you see that a lot of responses which are not normal for the real life and new reality where our education system should respond to, provides quite a high integrity and unity of all the education and society actors or stakeholders. Thus, we have a huge commune of our network of Erasmus students, and of course partly they cannot enjoy fully the Erasmus Plus opportunities. However, the flexibility measures provided more access of the students towards the mobility part, and also the more cooperation within different actions under Erasmus Plus. Thus, we see the students' network also initiated a lot of great initiatives to support the Ukrainians abroad and students abroad, and also to teach or to share the values of the students in Ukraine, and also to provide the more like if you want to explore more Ukraine, so then you could work together with the students in Ukraine. Thus, I would like to thank all of the partners today, both from the EU part but also from Ukrainian part, who contributed to the building of the capacity and building of this culture of resilience, and also the contributed a lot to not only the trust building, but also to a lot of institutional and systemic reforms in Ukraine. And thus it has been done since 1993, when Ukraine joined the Tempus program. Thus we have been contributed to this path of Ukraine to become the part of the European Union, and in this sense we have been educated already the cohort of Erasmus generation and Euro-integrators for the further work at the institutions of the European Commission and European Union. Thus, this contribution has been a lot done thanks to the participation in this program and cooperation with international partners. Also, there was a response for the tools for recognition provided by the Erasmus projects, which would like to draw your attention, because this also helped furthermore to increase the cooperation of moreover in terms of different sectors like the school, vet, higher education, adult education. And of course, talking about the continuation of the work, the Ukraine's report for EU integration, it could become a strong message and strong initiator for the future projects and the ideas of the project. I really appreciate all the speakers today. I would say that all Ukrainian partners could now have a lot of ideas for cooperation based on the presentations provided today, and thus again working in different strategies communicated today. We see that EU strategies and also the Ukrainian strategies we communicated today and we listened to the speakers are absolutely in line, and special appreciation to the European alliances who supported Ukrainian universities to jump into this family and see what are the challenges the European alliances are working on, and helping and supporting our not only teachers and academics, but also the students in a sense. And just if we talk about then a kind of a needs to more general way for the students and staff in Ukraine and being abroad, the strong potential needs for the more practical skills-oriented classes are extremely demanded at the moment, just to have the access to the high quality education, as it was mentioned today as well. And at the institutional levels, again, we had the strong work together on the transformation of our higher education institutions into the Ukrainian alliances of universities, and working with their social cohesion role and closer work with the society. And in this sense, again, we have the such needs which could go further than at the national level. And just let me draw your attention to few priorities which also are important and communicated by the ministries during the donor coordination meetings. There's not only the human capital development to reform and to join the European education area, but also the new skills of university leaders and staff for the third mission implementation, or rather to also respond to the critical challenges which we are facing in Ukraine currently due to the brutal invasion of Russia. Then integration of war veterans into society. This is also among the key role for the universities to play, as well as the reintegration from the deoccupied territories like Crimea and then Donbass, Kherson, and other regions which territories are still under occupation. And as well as the curricula update, like the constant curricula updates, as well as the access access of the quality digital education in terms of the, again, working on the different levels and in terms of distance learning, hybrid learning, and digital courses, and in specifically also to teach, to train the teachers of school, I mean, the role for the pedagogical universities as well, just to again provide further the quality, high quality education. And just for furthermore, we have the opportunities and the Erasmus Plus program is the instrument to implement the systemic reforms in higher education, and in particular among 35 calls for proposals open already for Ukraine. We would really make a lot of focus into the further expansion of cooperation, and specifically for those calls which have the focus on the support to Ukrainians and Ukrainians abroad and Ukrainians in Ukraine, as well as the capacity building for further integration into the to become the EU member states and to have this full status. Just will not stop on the opportunities. I'm sure you know about them, but just maybe to remind that there are 35 of them, not just few, but not just 5, not international dimension only, but also the European dimension. And there is a specific call and specific budget was devoted by the European Commission, and really would like to point out that these are the complementarity which also could be taken for these different initiatives like European University Alliances and the forward-looking partnership and small-scale partnership with a focus on Ukraine only. Will not stop on the individual grants, but there are lots of work is done now for the preparation. And just have a look that we have already the experience in implementing the projects on the cooperation partnership in school, vets, higher education and adult education, youth and sport. Thus, there is a strong potential also to share the experience and best practices and the potential of our universities working in the huge cohort of Erasmus generation, and thus we really encourage you to continue work and support Ukraine under this challenge, but also to start working already on the joint projects together. And we will looking forward to welcome all our international partners in Ukraine to build our new Ukraine together as the EU member states furthermore. Thank you.
Thank you, Svetlana. And I think that your will you stay, please, with us? Can you stay for the discussion? Wonderful. So thank you very much for your contribution. I think that your final note was actually a wonderful beginning for further discussion. The title of the discussion is the roadmap for further steps. So, well, we have seen today that the ambitions are very broad, and really we have a huge spectrum of where we can work together, right, with Ukrainian universities on board and go along that European education and research area road. So I would like, first of all, to address the representative of European Commission, Marius Vashaga, with his insight or take on what further steps do you see in making this vision of working together with Ukrainian universities for the improvement, for the innovation, for the better research possibilities. So what would be your take on that?
Maybe let me first say that how humbled we feel when we see the resilience of Ukrainian people. It's and it's not by accident that you have started your presentation also on Erasmus, speaking about resilience. You know, we are used to look at the education problems from a perspective of peacetime, and that is completely different from the challenges that you are facing there. And thank you for sharing that with us. I think when we think of how we can help Ukrainians, we have to look at the last slide, which speaks, give us more defense systems. You know, you have to, this is the first priority. This is how you have to be looking at it. So we are with you with our whole hearts, and we are helping you as much as possible, be it the military equipment or speaking about the schools, providing the school buses, for example, which was one of the seemingly little initiatives coming from the European Commission. But I think this is what is needed. These are practical problems that one has to solve. Children need to reach schools, and not everywhere that is easy. School classes are smaller, or university classes are smaller, because there is a necessity to evacuate if necessary, and so on. So we have to approach it from that perspective. And thank you for sharing so much on the Erasmus things, because if we look on the other side, on the research side, and we are speaking today also about the research, there is also plenty of challenges that we would not be otherwise seeing in a country at peace. For example, 30% of Ukraine's research infrastructure has been destroyed. So this is, a completely different type of challenge that one has to be dealing with. Otherwise, you can say, okay, the percentages of Ukraine's innovation performance was 30% of EU average and so on. You have to improve, we have to do this, we have to do that. But we first have to help to restore the infrastructure that would be able to give it. We have to allow the people to return and to take part in those reconstruction efforts. This is the main thing. Secondly, of course, one has to be looking at what one could take as a starting point the Commission's last week's report on what additional steps can be done in order to be approaching EU and to be successful in the accession negotiations. And here, perhaps, just a couple of things from my side. Erasmus and education has been so well covered, but I can say a word on, I mentioned in my introductory words the Horizon program. So what I could say from the Horizon perspective, I think what we need to start doing with the Horizon is to put into practice and into implementation the partnership agreement on Horizon. And this means that we need to establish an office in Ukraine, the Horizon office in Ukraine, that would help to coordinate. Horizon is not an easy nut to crack. Lithuanians know that too. And it took time for Lithuania to get into Horizon. I think the office would be helping a lot, and to appoint national contact points and establish the necessary governance structures, because this will be the necessary funding capabilities. But for those funding capabilities, you also need a good preparation. Then, if you look further at the report, what needs to be done is the adoption of the strategy for scientific and technological development. And, strategy may sound abstract, but you need to start from sketching the plan. And then there are various regional smart specialization strategies and plenty of other things that one could be doing. But I think, and looking at the report which just got out, it's a long one. There are many actions in there, but I think there is the next steps that could be doing. But first and foremost, we have to help to have the reconstruction of infrastructure and the things taking place normally.
Thank you so much. And now I turn some questions to representative of the Ukrainian Parliament. Also, we have here a member of Ministry of Education. So we had also today a lot of discussion on different initiative measures. So now, dear Julia, from your perspective as a member of the Parliament, so what you see currently as priority steps to strengthen and support your higher education institutions in building capacities, infrastructure, supporting your researchers. So what are initiatives maybe on this policy making level. So how do you envisage this whole process? If you could share a bit.
Thank you very much for invitation and for this meeting, dear Mr. Director, dear colleagues. So from our side, before my politician work, I internal displaced person, and I'm from the first displaced university, from the Donetsk National Vasilstus University. Today, the present director of this university, you had the presentation. And of course, I know the working of displaced university because I was the dean of the faculty, work with a lot of and work with a lot of challenges with displaced university. So, but it's from the parliamentary side for absolutely, we are continuing our fighting for freedom, independence, for European values. And for us, the priority #1 for every Ukrainian is victory. Now, all our policy go to the change the industry to military industry, and every of us from education institution understanding the victory is priority #1. And I need it's our power in our unity. And in this side, the Lithuania, our partners, it's the best, our friends, European Commission, all European countries is the best friend in our unity against our enemies, Russian Federation. So the priority, also very important for us, European integration. As you know, in our parliament, when we have the future candidate status, we organized in our parliament, in every committee, the special subcommittee on European integration. Of course, in the Committee of Education and Research as well. And now every ministry has the self-screening, all European directive. If we analyze in what step, in what situation we have in our every direction of force. And for us, very important to understanding what's necessary to organize the next step. So, and understanding all plan our future work. So in European integration, also for us, very important to organize the special consortium with the European partner. As we say, this is a sustainable partnership with European institution as well. Because for us, very important to have this exchange experience. For example, in these reforms, because our best friends, our partners know this situation and maybe help us how to change, what will be the next step. Because for us, we necessary not one step, it's 10 steps more quickly. Because a lot of situation we are fighting, but we think about our recovery process as well. It's very difficult, but I'm sure the Ukrainian brave people do the best for this. So it's the European integration is a priority as well, #2, and recovery process. As you know, in the end of, it's the 28th or in November in Vilnius will be the Green Recovery Conference, which organized the European Commissioner on this sphere. And I'm sure in the recovery process, the universities must be the center of regional development strategies. I think the researchers and the representative for university in our country must be the center of intellectual strategy development of regional, include to the all national strategies of recovery. I think this rule very important for our country. As well, the university will be, as I said before, the center of development, regional strategies, also the social hubs. As you say about the mental health, for us, the university must be the mental health as well hubs in order to help us, our brave heroes, to adaptation after our victory as well. And this is the crucial role as university as well for the future, I'm sure. Also, as humanitarian aids, we continue work. All this university, we have the Vitaly, it's 29 displaced university for today, 29. 31 plus 3. Oh, thank you for this correction. Sorry, but it's every day we have the situation. Also, I pay attention to the situation with the young researchers. As I know that we, every time in cooperation with the Young Scientist Council at the Ministry of Education and Science, I also have 7 years experience to work as secretary of this council. So we have the really big problem. Today we had the meeting with the first speaker of Seimas Lithuania. We also analyzed the situation, how to come back our young people to Ukraine. which necessary to create some programs, how to organize this. It's also for us challenges number one, because we want that our young people come back to Ukraine and play active role in the restoration and recovery process as well. So, and I think it's also university maybe think about the future step and to stimulate the and Parliament as well, to create the legislative sphere, to stimulate it investors and innovation, and how to come back our young people who, it's also for us priority. But I'm sure that now we, of course, necessary organize in the parliamentary level a lot of very important draft law, which will be the European integration law, who help us. We also have, for example, in our action plan, and every time we have the special sign that it's European integration law, and every member of parliament try, oh, it's mobilized, it's necessary to vote, it's necessary to think, and every time it gives us additional motivation to work more actively, because we know the main values for us, it's our victory, and to be the future helpers to our heroes, brave heroes who we have a lot of students and teachers who fighting now, who are not sleeping, do all the best for us. So it's our main purpose to help it to do all the best for our European future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And indeed, we really probably hard to imagine the determination of your country, of your institutions and people in general. So, and actually it's but very important that you see, actually you look at the future and you see very clearly steps where you have to go, what are your goals, and I'm sure Lithuania is among the ones who will try to support you in these processes. So may I turn also to the colleague from the Ministry of Education. So maybe you also, from your side, we could see today and from the presentation in the morning session that there are some processes which are still very common also to Lithuania. So do you think some experience of our country might be also useful to Ukraine in to developing higher education system?
Yeah, thank you so much, colleagues. It's a big pleasure to be here and continue speech of Yulia. Maybe I try to say words of Montessori words. To prevent the war, it's work of politicians, but to establish peace, it's a work of education. And we are trying to do it as an educational institution and the Ministry of Education and Science. We're trying to establish a peace because war is a huge tragedy for our people. But we now trying to rethink and look at maybe some opportunity to change our system. Because our educational system, as a Lithuanian, it was inherited from the Soviet Union, and you already done some steps and you already changed it, and now it could be a huge experience for us to learn, because we already made some mistakes and we don't want to make another one. So we're trying to use your experience because we have a huge system and we have some kind of problems with declining of populations. Especially during the wartime, we have very declining of population, and so many of our people staying abroad, and mostly of them, they are women and children. And we have the problem to keep connection with our educational system and keep our children connected with our educational system and to provide possibilities for them not to lose them, because we will be in need of young generation after wars are over. And we will be in need of some tertiary education, and will be need professionals, even vocational education more would be needed than by bachelor's and master level. And we are trying to change our system and our strategic documents because we have a huge strategy for higher education development. And it's some funny thing, but it was approved by our cabinet of ministers just the day before the war. It was the February 23. It was like a little bit holiday for ministry because it took 2 years to develop this strategy, and it's still relevant. But obviously, some action plans and some case plans are not reachable, and they have to be postponed. But we are trying to be in time with this, and we're trying to harmonize with recommendation of Europe Commission. It's very important for us. us. And in the terms of the network of universities, and you have, as we heard today, you have same problem with Lithuanian universities, and you have to synchronize. It's a common problem for some even European countries, because for some indicators, Ukraine on top of access for higher education, quantity of students in higher education, and quantity of universities per population. But in the other case, it could be a problem. I'm talking about the diploma mills. I am talking about the quality of higher education, and we have to deal with it. And we try, and as the ministry, we're trying to change approaches from top to down approach to different approach from bottom to up. We're trying to inspire our universities to use, because in 2014 we approved, and thanks to Verkhovna Rada, we approved a new law on higher education with new approaches, and we provided as many autonomy to our universities, but now they have to learn how to use it. Because, for example, for next years after 2014, we as a ministry, we canceled like dozens of orders of the ministry. And we just said to universities, okay, you have the autonomy, you just do with the autonomy, and you can approve your own documents. And maybe in a year, we just make some short survey and short research what have been done by the universities. And unfortunately, in many cases, we discovered they took the documents which been cancelled, changed the first title where it's written approved by the ministry, changed for the approved by the council of the university, and nothing changed inside in the context of those documents. And they continue still complain, it's a bad document, it needs to be changed, but okay, you have rights to change it, please do it. That's why we are trying to be very careful with recommendations. We're trying to provide some recommendation and methodology, but the other ways should be on the university side. That's why the experiments of universities in European Union and universities who've been in situation of post-Soviet development, it's very important for us. And we are trying to be careful with our recommendation, because just one example, in my school, we had a lobby, huge lobby like this one, and there were 4 windows in this lobby. And 2 windows were with the bars on the windows, because they need to fill the requirements of police requirements for safety. And another 2 were without any bars, because they need to require some requirements from fire protection service. And they done both. They fulfilled all the requirements, but what's the results? That's why we are trying to inspire university, and we are grateful for partners here to provide some experience for universities. And we as a ministry, we are ready to support initiatives and help, but we need much to do, especially to change our legislation and harmonize it, and we are actually very grateful for Verkhovna Rada to listen to us and support us, especially educational initiatives. And sometimes we are very grateful for this logo for European Union integration, because sometimes it's for us a way to avoid some additional improvements because we have a bureaucracy system. It's not for us. So I'm very grateful, and we are ready to support our universities, but please to be active and please to be make the initiative for us, because unfortunately educational system and the academic society, sometimes it's inactive, and sometimes they have resistance, and we need to do it with it. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think we also have today to maybe remember the words which were in the presentation of Renato Aperti when he was saying rethinking curriculum, and probably globally thinking now we have to rethink education, as you well noted, because on the global arena it's now very much discussed that kind of trends that educational systems and curriculum became very, very national, and forgetting these global values, global objectives which connect all of us. And we really have to rethink and making our educational really local and global. So keeping to what is our national, but at the same time finding what makes us working together for some also common goals. Well, and as today also we heard issues on micro-credentials, and I thought that probably for Ukraine it might be also a very good and maybe practical tool when thinking how to return your people to recognize because they are all around Europe and further. So also to recognize their new competencies which were gained in different contexts, in different situations. And this is one of the possibilities as well to update, to upgrade their qualifications while coming back to Ukraine and contributing to your country. Well, and we heard from British Council that many initiatives have been supported. And so now I guess Anna will tell us how British Council will support us towards 2037 or something. So what are in plans of the British Council towards this maybe more now futuristic visions, but still also very realistic?
Thank you for a question. I must before that say that throughout this very informative day, I couldn't stop admiring the bravery and the resilience of Ukrainian people and institutions in organizing and delivering these reforms in spite of the war ongoing. And this is not intuitive, because this requires effort, this requires resource, and this helps to bring the people together and organize them towards the common objective. I really want to thank you for this effort and for everything what has been achieved throughout these last years. Now, I think we will all agree here that the future for Ukraine in international education will sound in the language of English, and not in Russian, of course. And the fact that the English language will be the medium of conversation of international education in the future will have to be supported by the increasing capability to deliver courses in English, to deliver research in English, and for the administration of universities to also communicate with other universities around the world in English. So the British Council, together with the Ministry of Ukraine, few years ago drafted a policy on the English for higher education in Ukraine, in which it underlined a few important directions for the country to move forward. And one of this is, of course, increasing amount of international courses delivered in Ukraine in English language. Because when we conducted an audit not so many years ago, 3 years ago, the results came very diverse. Some universities had up to 10% of English language courses offered, some had none. The results on the promotion of English language usage in universities were also diverse. Some universities with their autonomy said that if we have a course in English, we must have one in Ukrainian on the same subject as well. It was not the same in other universities. Some universities promoted usage for their teachers of English language with financial subsidies, others did not. So the objective is, I think, that we have to all move forward and help Ukraine to strengthen the usage of English language in its higher education institutions, because it will open a lot of new opportunities and a lot of new ways. And in an increasingly competitive world for international education, with new universities appearing and climbing up the rankings, the competition will increase. So the quality of education, the student experience in those institutions will very much depend on the language and the fluency of language that is spoken. So the British Council had taken efforts to support universities across Ukraine to strengthen their teacher English language capacity, but only together with the national institutions we can achieve overarching results. Now, this can be done with the support of external actors is very much done so. And here I speak and would like to echo what the advisor to the president, Vilma Bačkytė, has previously said, that there are open opportunities for bilateral support from different countries from all over Europe to support Ukraine in what's needed. And since the war, the United Kingdom has launched this UK-Ukraine twinning program, under which over 100 of partnerships between universities in Ukraine and UK appeared. We also have Researchers at Risk program from the British Academy that help researchers get stipends and subsidies to commit their work. So this conference is also initiative of Lithuanian institutions. So I think we very much have to rely on external support, but not necessarily institutional high network support, but also country and individual institution initiative to support Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Well, and to conclude, I would like to ask Rector of Vytautas Magnus University. So what maybe particular Lithuanian experience in the process of European integration would you see as most relevant to share with our Ukrainian colleagues? And it was said you want to hear our mistakes, but of course we all make new mistakes, but nevertheless, what maybe message would you like to share, and what particular experience you see as valuable, which actually really helped us to strengthen our higher education in Lithuania?
Thank you. I a little bit later answer to your question. I would like to thanks for everyone who participated in this conference, in this event, personally and organizations. It's very important, I think, for Lithuania, for Ukraine, for Europe too. In my welcome speech, I said that when we established a Ukrainian center, we committed between center and university to organize here a think tank for helping Ukraine to go to European Union, to another organization, integration to different alliances. Now I see that Ukraine now what is necessary to do is necessary only to help organize this path, and such conference like today is one of the milestone in this path. I think that today we had many problems, very many challenges. One part of them, of course, devoted to the situation in Ukraine. It's a war time and very difficult, terrible. Of course, it's unusual for us problems when university is displaced from the cities to other places. It's terrible, killed students, teachers, and so on. Another challenges and problems, it's arised normally and very important, very difficult to solve this problem. Is with I don't know, with challenges with technological problems with the demography in different countries, especially in Europe. But what is very exciting for me that I had here many talks how to solve these problems, and here and in presentations, and by my opinion is necessary only to help to organize places like today conference to get together experts scientists, researchers, political decision makers for helping Ukraine. Julia very short say about problems. What is priorities? Of course, is military victory against Russia is problem number one. Only of the victory we can talk about restoration of the Ukraine, about full scale reestablishing of the nation of Ukraine. Anyway, there are many things what we can do now before the victory. It's a preparation and preparation for coming to European Union. And I think that I see it to this conference like an kick-off meeting of the platform where can meet people who can organize different I don't know. It's for the future, because question what we will do, what step we will do in the future. In the near future, we must to organize maybe more special meetings for not so broad scope of the problem. Like today, we go from I don't know problems with the university and with the normal problems in educational processes, but we can collect experts for special problems in the higher education of Ukraine, because Lithuania has a very good experience. As you said, we are from a Soviet space, from the same situation, and when we go to the European Union, we did in Lithuania many reforms. But some of them you must do now, and we can be like an example for you, especially Vytautas Magnus University. It's a special case because we started in the beginning of the freedom of Lithuania to build a new university actually from zero. It's a good experience and good example for you, especially for universities which was displaced from cities to another places, and here they like Donetsk University or Mariupol University. We can help with our experience. I think that as I said, it's a kick-off meeting for the future of the platform. I think that we can feel like members of this platform and organize some meeting, maybe periodically in 6 or months or another period, but it is important. I am happy that especially European Commission and British Council and other organizations understand this problem, come here and help for Ukraine to go to the victory, and task to go to European Union. Thank you everyone for your income to this conference. Good luck for everyone, and especially for Ukraine, our best friend of Lithuania of the Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much to all the panelists for all good insights. I think that the rector finished on a very good note of a kickoff meeting metaphor. And I think that definitely it's, well, today we have had a wonderful, enriching, inspiring day. but that is just a setting one point in the path road, and we'll go further. We'll go further with other meetings, with more specialized, more focused agendas on particular issues, and I believe that that is a very good start. And so thank you the panelists, and I think that this conference today is successful only because it has been organized by a partnership that established the Center of Ukraine, Vytauto University, the President's Office, and the Embassy of Ukraine. We have received a lot of support by collecting the colleagues for this conference today from the Embassy of Ukraine, and I would like to give the word for some closing and rounding up remarks to the Ambassador of Ukraine, His Excellency Petro Beshta.
Ukrainian Center is a truly unique project, which was unique for Lithuania, for Europe, and maybe globally. It started on the idea of creating this center was established on the first day of war during the talks with the First Lady of Lithuania, Diana, and she said, I want to implement something, to do something good for Ukrainian children because the war started and we need to support them. And it was unique because it was implemented so fast due to the strong support of Lithuanian government, Office of the President, and University, Magnus University. In June, it started functioning, and I believe it was very successful in everything that Ukrainian Center did. So the short-term objectives were to support Ukrainian children when they had to flee the war, and to support their education, to entertain them, to make them happy, and that what happened until now. But immediately at that time we have started discussions about the strategic vision of the center. We really hope that the war will end very soon, and we consider the possibilities of what will happen to Ukrainian Center after that. So this is the time when the strategic vision starts to be implemented. The idea was to establish a think tank institution, and Ukrainian Center was very successful in holding the first political conference dedicated to the peace formula of President Zelensky in February this year. And this second conference is also, I think, very successful in promoting education. So I would like to express our gratitude to everyone who organized this conference, who participated in it, was engaged, because together we are moving forward the development of education system of Ukraine in these difficult times of war. And this conference was a good place to consolidate the efforts of academic communities of Ukraine, Lithuania, and Europe of building European education in Ukraine based on European standards. And I would also like to thank Marius and the European Commission Office for supporting this endeavor. In fact, Ukrainian Center has been built as a network of partnership, and they built a number of very successful partnerships with British Council, with the Office of the European Commission, many more. That's what makes this center successful. There were a lot of interesting discussions during today's conference, which built this synergy of European education in Ukraine. Ukraine defines its competitiveness in the future as a key objective, and that's why we place a strategic emphasis on education. We have seen an ambitious reform program by the Ukrainian Ministry of Education, and we have to move very fast, not as it goes, because we have no time, and we need to come up with fast solutions, with creative solutions, so that this process moves very, very fast, as Ukrainians has to do creatively in any other spheres today, in the army, in the energy infrastructure, in protecting children. Everything that we do has to be very fast and effective. And I'm sure that building education, reforming, integrating into the European Union space will be also a very dynamic process. So I would like to thank everyone who participated in it, to the Rector Juozas Saugutis and his team, to Ukrainian Center. Special thanks go to First Lady of Lithuania Diana and First Lady of Ukraine Elena Zelenskaya, who were those people that established this center and support it along the way. Thank you, and I wish you a good success and further steps in this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. After the ambassador's speech, the conference can be regarded officially closed, but we have a very short after-conference program. This year has been announced the year of a historical figure that symbolically unites Lithuania and Ukraine, that is Saint Joseph. And I would like to invite the chairperson of Vilnius Ukrainian community, Natalia Shertvitiene, to give us a couple of words about the activities that are devoted to Saint Joseph here. She will speak Lithuanian. I'll try to mediate a little bit.
Ačiū už kvietimą dalyvauti šioje garbingoje konferencijoje.
She gives thanks for the invitation to participate.
Aš atstovauju Vilnius ukrainiečių bendrijai. Mano bendrijos nariai už savo dalyvavimą sąjūdžių ir rūcho veikloje yra apdovanoti Lietuvos ir Ukrainos valstybiniais apdovanojimais.
She is representing the Ukrainian community that has been awarded for the activities by the Ukrainian government.
Ukrainai ir Lietuvai atkūrus nepriklausomybę, draugijos tikslai tapo ukrainiečių identiteto išsaugojimas ir bendros Lietuvos ir istorijos tyrinėjimas.
The main goal of the Ukrainian community is to preserve the identity and also to research the relations between Lithuania and Ukraine.
To tikslu buvo organizuojamas skirtingos mokslinės konferencijos, literatūros skaitymus ir tyrinėjimai.
And for that purpose, the scientific conferences, the literary readings were organized.
Vilniaus ukrainiečių bendrija inicijavo Taraso Ševčenko įpaminklinio lentų įkūrimą Lietuvoje. Ir norėčiau pasakyti, kad šio ukrainiečių centro vadovas, ponas Algirdas Kumža, prieš jam tapant ambasadorium Ukrainoje, buvo Taraso Ševčenko fondo prezidentas prie Lietuvos prezidentūros.
And one of the activities was to commemorate Taras Shevchenko memory, and also the first director of the Ukrainian Center, the ambassador Kumzha, was also in a way related to their activities.
Taip. Ir būtent jo pastangomis ir buvo pastatyta paminklinė lenta Pilies gatvėje Taraso Ševčenkoje.
And Kumzha was also, due to his efforts, the Taras Shevchenko commemoration was established in Pilies Street.
Todėl iškelių ukrainiečių, kurie gyveno Vilniuje, kurie kūrė Vilniuje, tai yra labai svarbus mūsų bendros istorijos įamžinimas.
And this is a very much important reestablishment of the common memory between Lithuania and Ukraine.
2014 metais Lietuva labai iškilmingai minėjo 500 metinės, kaip Lietuva laimėjo Oršos mūšyje.
In 2014, Lithuania commemorated the 500th anniversary of the victory in Orsha battle.
Šis mūšis buvo laimėtas vadovaujant Ukrainos ir Lietuvai sūnui Konstantinui Etmonui, Konstantinui Ostrogiškiui.
Konstantinas Ostrogiškis was the leader of in the battle which was won in Orsha.
Ir prieš einant į mūšį jis pažadėjo pastatyti bažnyčią, kaip padėka Dievui.
And he promised to build a church as giving gratitude to God on the victory.
Jis laimėjo, jis pastatė ne vieną, dvi bažnyčias.
And after the victory, he actually built not one but two churches.
Viena iš jų, tai yra Švenčiausios Trejybės bažnyčia, tapo kultūros centru, tai ir tapo centras, kuris vienijo visus ukrainiečius Lietuvoje.
And one of them, the St. Trinity Church, became the uniting point of all Ukrainians in Lithuania.
Tuo metu tai jis tapo simboliu kovos prieš bendrą priešą, prieš Maskvą.
And he became a symbol in the fight against our common enemy, the Moscow.
Būtent šita bažnyčia tapo tokiu kaip lopšiu, kur buvo įkurtas vienintelis Lietuvoje ordinas, tai yra Bazilijonų ordinas.
And this church became the cradle where the only order was established, the Basilians order was established in Lithuania.
Bazilijonų ordinas, jis garsėjo savo švietėjišką veiklą.
And this order was famous for its enlightenment activities.
Ir būtent bazilijonai atnešė į Lietuvą tą Europos švietimo tą idėją.
Namely, Basilians brought to Lithuania the European Enlightenment idea.
Tai buvo ne tik tai kūriamos mokyklos, visi vienuoliai buvo labai išsilavinę, jie baigė po kelis universitetus vakarų Ukrainoje, jie dėstė kaip jėzuitų kolegijoje, taip ir Vilniaus universitete.
All the monks were very well educated persons, and they taught in different schools in Vilnius, also in Jesuit schools and Vilnius University.
Bet labiausiai garsėjo savo leidybą, savo spaustuvėm, nes būtent Bazilijonų spaustuvėje buvo spausdinami pirmieji ne tik tai religiniai veikalai, bet buvo į pasaulietiniai visi kūriniai, o taip pat tai buvo vieni iš pirmųjų, kur pradėjo spausdinti lietuviškai.
And they were also famous for their publishing activities. And in their publishing houses, actually, they published not only religious, but also secular literature. And also, they started to publish in Lithuanian.
Tikrai labai nenorėčiau daug kalbėti apie Šventojo Sapato, apie tai, kadangi jam yra atskiras konferencijos yra skiriamos. Tačiau jis tapo simboliu grinai vienybės. Jis mirė už vienybę ne tik tai tarp atskirų konfesijų žmonių, tačiau jis buvo kaip simbolis vienybės tarp įvairių tautų, o šiais laikais, kada vyksta dabar karas, žiaurus karas Ukrainoje, tai yra simbolis tokio kovos gėrio prieš blogį.
And much has been told about St. Joseph, and there are conferences actually devoted to him. But it's important to mention that, well, he is the biggest symbol of unity, not only unity between confessions, but also unity in the fight against evil.
Prieš 3 metus Vilniaus ukrainiečių bendrija kreipėsi į Lietuvos institucijos, į Seimą su prašymu, kad šie metai būtų paskelbti kaip Juozapato metai. Ir labai džiaugiamės, kad į mūsų prašymą tiesiog atsižvelgė labai daug įvairių universitetų rektoriai, profesoriai, mokslininkai, tikrai labai žinomi asmenys, kur palaikė, ir šie metai tikrai yra skirtingi.
And 3 years ago, the Ukrainian community addressed Lithuanian institutions to declare this year the year of St. Joseph. And they're very happy that not only governmental institutions, but also different universities, other organizations actually responded to this plea, and this year was declared.
Kadangi šitie metai yra reikšmingi visai Lietuvai, visoje Lietuvoje vyko labai daug renginių.
This year is very much important for the whole Lithuania, and all around Lithuania, different events took place.
Vien skaitydama, kiek yra, galima labai daug laiko sugaišti tam, bet tiesiog pasakysiu, kad daugiausiai turbūt prisidėjo prie to Vilniaus universitetas, kadangi yra įkurta svetainė, tai yra gyvasis LDK palikimas Lietuvoje.
Mostly Vilnius University had their contribution because they also have a website of the Grand Lithuanian Duchy where they put information about that.
Tai yra, taip pat ir vyko ir mokslinės konferencijos, yra sukurtas filmas, yra labai daug prisidėjo prie tos švietėjiškos veiklos muziejus, tai yra religijos muziejus Lietuvoje, kur buvo kviečiami mokslininkai iš Lietuvos, iš Lenkijos, iš Ukrainos be abejo. Tai yra labai daug veiklos, bet svarbiausia, ką norėčiau tiesiog pasakyti.
Well, there were different activities, conferences, film screening. Also, the museum has contributed in inviting scholars from Poland, Ukraine, and the most important will come.
Ir kadangi šie metai tai yra tiek pat ir Vilniaus metai, tai yra 700 metai yra Vilniuje, todėl labai daug renginių, kurie buvo skirti būtent sostiniai mūsų, taip pat buvo visur minima iš Šventojo Sopato, kad tai yra taip pat metai.
And given the fact that this year is also the 700th anniversary of Vilnius, so there were a lot of events that were dedicated to both commemorations.
Dėl aiškių priežasčių Šventojo Sopato vardas buvo ne tai, kad primirštas, jis vos nebuvo draudžiamas Lietuvoje, kadangi tai yra iš tikrųjų simbolis būtent kovos prieš Rusiją. Labai daug didelis susidomėjimas dabar yra mūsų aplamai bendros istorijos, kadangi mes kreipėmės, kad būtų šie metai būtent skirti šiai istoriniai asmenybei, mes nenorėjom, kad tai būtų tik tai vien kaip Šventojo tokio Sopato asmenybė, ne tik tai grinai kaip religijos kokia veikėja, bet mes norėjom atkreipti dėmesį į visą tą laikotarpį. Ir norėjom parodyti, kad Lietuvos ir Ukrainos istorija labai yra gili, labai sena, ir kad labai daug ukrainiečių tais laikais veikė čia Ukrainoje ir daug ką padarė Lietuvos labui.
Okay, well, for obvious reasons, the name of Saint Joseph was very long forbidden because he is the symbol of the fight against Russian aggression. So when the year was declared, a lot of interest was generated for that personality. And the Ukrainian community wants this personality also to draw attention to the whole period and the whole period of fighting against Russian aggression.
Ir todėl manau, kad kadangi vis tiek mes tiek kalbam tarp švietimo atstovais ir labai daug yra mainų, labai daug atvažiuos studentų, tai norėtume, kad būtų didesnis dėmesys tai mūsų bendrai Ukrainai Lietuvos istorijai.
And well, given that we're talking about education now, she said that it's very important that we generate more attention to Ukrainian, Lithuanian history, common history. Thank you. And the very final accent in the very final touch in our conference in the program will be a short concert given by Nadia Adamchuk, who is the leader of women's choir at the Center of Ukraine and has been working for the Center of Ukraine since its establishment. And we're very actually thankful to her for engaging Ukrainian women in that beautiful activity of singing. So the floor is yours, Nada.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm glad to see you all here today, and I want to show you my short performance. I'm a singer, I'm a conductor, Ukrainian choir in Vilnius in Ukrainian Center, and I want to say you something. I want to say thank you for the invitation today, and just enjoy, and let's start. Чорнобривців насіяла мати у моїм світанковім краю, та й навчила веснянки співати про квітучу Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. It's very strong song. I think it's a song about my home and mother's love. It's, yes. The next song is a Lithuanian folk song in jazz arrangement and by composers Vytautas Didžiojas. Let's start.
afraid, I was petrified, kept thinking I could never live without you by my side. And I spent oh so many nights just feeling sorry for myself. I used to cry, But now I hold my head up high and so you're there from outer space. I just walk in to find you here with that sad look upon your face. I shouldn't change that stupid luck. I shouldn't make you leave your key. If I hadn't known for just 1 second you'd be back to bother me. Gone now, go walk out the door. Just turn around now, 'cause you're not welcome anymore. Went to the one who tried to break me with goodbye. You think I crumble, you think I lay down and die. Oh no, not I will survive. Oh, as long as I know how to, I know I stay alive. I got all my love to give, I got all my love to give. I will survive, I will survive. It took all the strength I had not to fall apart. Kept trying to find the missing pieces on my broken heart. And I spent so many nights just feeling sorry for myself. I used to cry, but now I hold my head up high and you see me, somebody new. I'm not a change, a little person still in love with you. And so you felt like opening and don't expect me to be free. Now I'm saving all my loving for someone who's loving me. Gone, now go, walk out the door. Just turn around now, 'cause you're not welcome anymore. Weren't you the one who tried to break me with goodbye? You think I crumble, you think I lay down and die. Oh no, not I will survive. Oh, as long as I know how to, I know I stay alive. I've got all my love to live, I've got all my love to give, and I will survive.
Thank you, thank you. Next song is a Ukrainian song. It's a popular group in Ukrainian, the Hardkiss. It's a song about me. I feel.
Залишай мене крізь
Thank you. Now I want to sing a final song. It's a very drive song, and it's power song.
My dress is like the paramour. You wanna be my crew, and you got it to be overload. My makeup is my armor. My dress is like the paramour. You wanna be my crew, but you got it to be more and more. My makeup is my armor. My dress is like the paramour. You wanna be my lover, but you got it to be her. My armor, my beat is complicated, coming from the now. But you got me to be deep and strong. My music is my armor, my beat is complicated, coming from the now. But you got me to be love. So won't you fight for it? Won't you promise to love me? Thank you. Have a nice evening.